Hey guys, tonight we're stepping into a year where the skies don't stop crying, the crops refuse to grow, and hunger tugs at every corner of your life. The year is 1315, and you're about to experience the beginning of one of the most brutal food crises in medieval European memory. The kind that worms its way not just into your belly, but into your bones and stays there whispering long after it's over. Rain drums against the thatched roof as you wake up. It's been falling for days, maybe weeks. It's hard to count time when the sky never changes. The thatch leaks in the corner, right over where your boots used to be dry. Now they squelch when you slide them on. Everything is wet: your bed, your shirt, even the wooden bowl you left out, which has collected a few drops of water and a dead fly. Breakfast. Your village is quiet. Not the peaceful kind, more the kind where nobody wants to speak because talking takes energy, and energy requires food. And food, well, that's the issue, isn't it? So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments, where are you listening from and what time is it right now? Now dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum. And let's ease into tonight's journey together. You trudge out into the mist, the hem of your tunic, dragging mud behind you. The path between houses is more like a riverbed now, choked with puddles and footprints that filled with water and stayed filled. The neighbors' fields are flooded just like yours. You glance at the grain patch you sowed back in spring. It's mostly drowned stalks and green fuzz now. Mold loves this weather. Wheat does not. A cart rolls past, drawn by a thin ox that looks about as hungry as you feel. On it are crates of onions that have gone soft and a few limp leeks tied together like they're guilty. You know where that cart's headed: the village center, where the reeve will decide what's worth distributing and what's just compost with delusions of grandeur. You're not optimistic. Inside your house, there's still a small sack of dried peas. You soak them in water, trying to soften them into something your teeth can manage. They never quite cooperate. You suck on one, and it cracks like a pebble. Still, it's food. Sort of. You remember when bread was everywhere. Brown, crusty, coarse stuff that stuck to your ribs and your conscience. Now it's a dream you chew in your sleep. Bakers can't find flour. Millers have nothing to grind. The river that once turned the mill wheel is now a torrent too wild to work with. Even the rats seem thinner. Your aunt used to say you could smell when bread was baking halfway down the lane. Now you swear you smell it when it isn't even there. Hallucinations, maybe, or just grief. It's not just your village. Rumors travel faster than carts do. The north has it worse, someone says. Or was it the east? Everywhere, really. Whole counties where the fields drowned like yours. Sheep dead from hoof-rot pigs. Gone lean cattle stuck belly deep in marshy pastures. The king's court talks of grain, imports from across the sea, but you haven't seen a boat here in weeks, unless you count that rowboat stuck in someone's cabbage patch since the last flood. And even when food does appear, it's not quite food. Someone tried baking bread from ground-up peas and acorns. It crumbled into gray sand in your mouth and left you thirstier than when you started. But you ate it anyway. Twice. Historians still argue whether the Great Famine began exactly in 1315 or whether the signs came earlier. Some say it was a slow-motion disaster years in the making. Others point to that one cold, sodden spring as the true beginning. You personally don't care. It began the moment you ran out of bread. There's one loaf left in the Reeves storehouse. You've seen it. black spots like bruises across the crust. Rumor has it he sliced off the mold and served it to his own family last week. You try not to imagine what it tasted like. You try not to be jealous. Your cousin Thomas is considering leaving for the city. He heard that monasteries are feeding the poor, but it's a gamble. The road is long, and you need food to get there, which defeats the point, doesn't it? Besides, he's got a wife and baby now. They won't make it far. You think about that a lot, how hunger changes what's noble, what's brave, what's even possible. A year ago, walking 20 miles for a crust of bread would be insane. Now it sounds like strategy. And still the rain falls. You lie down that night, listening to the dripping rhythm from the roof. Your belly is tight and hollow at once, like a drum someone forgot to play. You fall asleep dreaming of cheese. Not fancy cheese either, just old, crumbly, slightly sour cheese that used to live in your pantry. Once. The wind picks up and howls through the cracks in the door. You pull the blanket tighter. Somewhere outside, a rooster crows too early, maybe confused, maybe just hungry too. You wonder if he'll be there in the morning. You hope he will, but you're not betting on it. By now, you've learned not to expect much from the fields. The season feels stuck, like the earth itself has decided to sulk. Spring planting, which once carried the hopeful rustle of seed sacks and the soft pat of bare feet on plowed earth, is now just squelching. Mud, muck, and mildew. You trudge across your small patch of land again, poking the earth with a stick instead of a hoe, because what's the point of bringing out real tools for ghost crops? The barley didn't sprout. The rye molded before it could dream of ripening, and the oats gone, vanished, eaten by mice maybe, or simply dissolved into the wet. You're starting to hate the smell of damp soil. It used to be life. Now it's just rot. Your neighbors mutter about the rain, like it's a person who's overstayed their welcome. Some blame bad omens, others blame the king. Most blame the French, even though this is England, and the rain clearly has no interest in national boundaries. Honestly, you think the clouds are just bored, and you're the entertainment. You bend down to inspect a soggy corner of your garden and find something that might be a carrot. It's tiny twisted, and so pale it's nearly white. You try not to laugh. This is what you waited months for. This is what you prayed over. It looks like a finger from someone with a calcium deficiency. You eat it anyway. Raw. It tastes like dirt and disappointment. Some say the problem began with the floods. That winter brought unusually heavy snowfall, and then an early melt turned the rivers into wild animals. Others claim the heavens themselves turned hostile. Too much rain, not enough sun, too many storms. Whatever the reason, the result is the same. You're hungry, and the food is hiding. People have stopped talking about next year. That was always the fallback. Next year will be better. But that phrase has vanished from the air like warmth from your bones. Now it's just, we'll get through. Or worse, we'll try. Historians still argue whether the Little Ice Age had already started by 1315, or whether this was just an isolated climatic tantrum. All you know is that the sun seems weaker than it used to be. It rises late, hides behind clouds, and goes to bed early. Like it's given up too. In church, the priest preaches resilience. Blessed are the poor, he says, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. You suspect that's mostly because the rich are eating all the barley cakes. You walk past the fields again and spot something strange. 3 men, one holding a dead crow by the feet. They're arguing about whether it's safe to eat. One says it's meat, another says it's bad luck. The third just shrugs and lights a fire. You keep walking. You don't want to be part of that debate. You're afraid of which side you'd choose. Later, someone brings back an old Roman trick, mixing sawdust into bread to stretch the flour. You try it. It crunches. Your gums bleed a little. You pretend it's extra fiber. A fringe remedy makes the rounds bury an egg under the full moon and whisper your hunger into the ground. The earth supposedly will give back what it owes. You try it once. The next day, you find the egg dug up and missing. No miracle. Probably a dog. Or a human who crawled through your garden in the night. No one talks about hope anymore. But you notice something interesting. People are kinder. Not always. Not everywhere. But when someone finds a half-edible turnip or an actual loaf of bread, they don't always hoard it. Sometimes they share. A little. It's like misery has shaved off the sharp edges of pride. You remember a time when the village gossiped about who wore what to feast days. Now they gossip about who still has dried beans and how much they might trade for a length of twine or a single copper penny. One woman tried to exchange a fur hat for a bag of onions. It didn't work. The onions were moldy. The hat was moth-bitten. Both walked away disappointed. You sit by your hearth that night staring into the ashes. No fire, not enough wood. You imagine warmth anyway. You imagine the sound of a bubbling stew. A real one. Not boiled weeds. Not bark soup. Just beef carrots. Barley salt. Remember salt? Remember how good it made everything. A lot of things disappear during a famine. Food, obviously, but also laughter, conversation, singing. Even gossip dries up. People conserve words like calories. You tuck into your bed of straw, now patchy and damp, and listen again to the unrelenting drip of water. Your roof was never good, but this year it feels personal. You wonder how long before the whole thing caves in and buries you in soggy thatch. Would that be worse than starving? You chuckle. Sort of. There's no bread in the morning, just a weak tea made from boiled weeds. Your stomach tightens in protest, then gives up. You go outside anyway because lying down makes you think too much. You step into the mud and keep moving because there's really no alternative. It's not raining for once, but the sky is gray, flat, heavy, and indifferent. You squint at it like it might apologize. It doesn't. No wheat, no meat, no mercy. That's your new motto, even if you've never said it out loud. By midsummer, the hunger has shifted from a dull ache to something sharper, meaner. It's not just about empty bellies anymore. It's about what's gone missing, piece by piece from daily life. The meals used to come in threes. Now you're lucky to get one. Breakfast has become a concept, not a reality. Lunch is a fantasy. Supper is whatever you can scrounge before the sun disappears again. You remember meat, sort of. The smell of it roasting, the chew, the grease that made your fingers shiny. Now the only roasting in your life is your pride slow over the coals of scarcity. Even the pigs are gone. Used to be, every cottage had a hog out back, rooting in the muck, squealing with greedy delight at kitchen scraps. But there are no scraps now, and no pigs. They've been sold, slaughtered, or simply eaten. Some say wolves got them. Others say neighbors. You stop asking. You hear that in the manors, the nobles are eating the same black rye bread you are when they can find it. No one wants to admit it out loud, but there's some comfort in the idea that even the ones with tapestries and feather beds are chewing the same moldy crusts as you. You pass by the Reeves storehouse again. Once a symbol of order and plenty, it's now guarded like a fortress, half empty, its thatch roof frayed and sagging. Rumors say the steward inside has been caught watering down flour with chalk. He's still alive, so maybe it's not true, or maybe he's just good at bribery. One of your neighbors tries to cook something called bread from boiled nettles, dried leaves, and ashes. She insists it helps if you squint while eating. You try a bite. It tastes like regret. But it's warm, and that counts for something. Historians still argue whether the famine triggered the steep rise in grain prices or if the price spike triggered the famine. Either way, your purse is irrelevant. Even if you had silver, there's nothing to buy. The market stalls in town are barren, save for a few rotten apples guarded like holy relics. You once saw a woman weep honest tears over a sprouting onion. It was too soft to eat. She bought it anyway. Desperation is starting to twist the rules. Bartering is the new currency. A shirt for a handful of beans, a pair of boots for a slab of dried meat, if you're lucky enough to find one. Someone offers their daughter's hand in marriage in exchange for a sack of oats. Nobody blinks. Nobody gasps. You just nod. That sounds fair, someone says. Even animals are changing. The dogs used to wag their tails and beg for scraps. Now they growl. Their eyes follow you longer than you'd like. You stop trying to pet them. Cat's gone. No one talks about it, but you know what happened. And you try not to think about it when you smell something vaguely familiar in someone's cooking pot. There's a sense that the rules of nature have broken down. A noble you once saw riding a white stallion now trudges through the market on foot boots, caked in mud, looking for beans. You half expect to see him bartering his family crest for a carrot. Even your village priest, always so lofty with his sermons and silks, has started looking gaunt. The gold thread on his robe doesn't match the hollow beneath his eyes. You walk past your old friend Hugh's house. The door is open. Inside, silence. The fire's out. You don't see anyone. You don't ask questions. Some things are better left unspoken. There's a moment, just one, where you wonder what a squirrel might taste like. You shake the thought away ashamed. Then you realize you haven't seen a squirrel in days. You hear about a woman in a nearby town who ate boiled leather from an old saddle. She softened it over hours, scraped off the mold, and salted it with her tears supposedly. Sounds fake. Sounds true. You don't know anymore. That night, you and your brother sit by the cold hearth, nibbling on a piece of crust so hard it's more weapon than food. He says it tastes like last year. You both laugh. Sort of. For a brief second, you wonder if things might turn around soon. Maybe the sun will show up. Maybe someone will bring back fish from the river. Maybe the king will send aid. Then you hear coughing from the next house over. A deep, hollow sound. And the hope leaks right out of you again. You never thought you'd know this much about tree bark. But here you are, huddled at the edge of the forest knife, in hand slicing into a birch trunk, like it insulted your mother. The inner bark, pale, fibrous, bitter, is what you're after. You peel it off in strips and drop them into your sack. You've heard it's edible, sort of. If you boil it long enough, if you grind it fine enough, if you lie to yourself just enough, it might pass as food. Back home, you toss the strips into your pot, add water and stir. It smells like wet firewood and disappointment. You sprinkle in a pinch of dried nettle, not because it helps, but because it's all you have. The result is chewy, fibrous, slightly gluey. You force it down and try not to think about actual bread. That ship has sailed, possibly sunk. The neighbors have started experimenting too. Ground up fern roots, cattail bulbs, boiled moss. Anything vaguely plant-like is now fair game. Your cousin tried a stew made from dock leaves and a handful of wood shavings. The family survived, but they're not speaking to him. You run into an old woman foraging near the river. She shows you how to spot edible lichen, the kind that doesn't make your belly do cartwheels, she says. You thank her and pick a handful, not because you believe her, but because it's something to do. Back in town, the miller's son tries baking a flatbread from crushed acorns. It smells like socks. It tastes like dirt. You eat 3 pieces. Historians still debate whether famine diets permanently affected health and mortality in the decades that followed. Some argue that the nutritional deficits were too short-lived to cause generational damage. Others point to brittle bones, stunted growth, and teeth that crumble like chalk. You look in the mirror, your reflection is thinner, hollower, your eyes sunken like wells. You believe the latter theory. Your aunt used to tell stories about famine foods, war bread she called it, mixed with clay, flavored with bitterness. She always laughed at how awful it was. She's not laughing now. None of you are. The children adapt strangely. They start playing soup with rocks and grass, pretending to stir imaginary pots. One girl offers you a pebble on a leaf and says, "It's roast goose." You smile and pretend to take a bite. She grins. Then her stomach growls so loud it sounds like thunder. The game ends there. People have begun collecting bones. Not for soup, there's no meat left on them, but to grind into powder. Someone said it adds flavor. Someone else said it's good for the soul. It tastes like ash. One man in the village claims to have made jelly from boiled horsehide. It wobbles when you touch it. No one asks what happened to the horse. You hear of a village in the next valley where they're eating grass. Not metaphorically. Literally. Pulling it from the ground, rinsing it, once chewing, until their jaws ache. You consider it. You really do. You find yourself staring at things longer now. Old shoes, dead leaves, your belt, wondering how far you'd go. You remember the monks at the abbey. They always talked about fasting, about denying the flesh. You wonder if they're still so eager to be holy now. You imagine one of them chewing on a candle and whispering prayers through wax. Your brother tells you about a man who tried to eat dried cow dung, thinking the grass in it might still have some goodness. You laugh. Then you stop, because you're not entirely sure it's a joke. Fringe remedies spread faster than truth. Rub stinging nettle on your arms to distract from hunger. Tie a ribbon around your wrist and speak to the moon. Sleep with a pebble in your mouth to trick your belly. You try them all. None of them work. Except maybe the pebble, it gives your mouth something to do. You chew slowly these days. Even a scrap of food becomes a ritual. You savor every bite like it might be your last. Because it could be. And because chewing distracts you from thinking. You visit a field and find wild garlic pushing through the muck. You cry. Not out of joy, but relief. You're tired of boiling bark? That night, you make soup, real soup, kind of. Garlic nettle moss and something that might have been a mushroom. It tastes green and bitter and alive. You slurp it loudly. It burns your tongue. It's perfect. You sleep with your arms curled around your belly, not because it's full, but because it's slightly less empty. And in these days, that feels like victory. You never thought you'd be excited to see a horse die. But now it's a blessing. Word spreads fast. One of the cart horses slipped in the mud. Outside the village, broke its leg. The owner couldn't afford to keep feeding an animal that couldn't work, so down it went. A clean kill, they say. Or maybe not. Who cares? What matters is the meat. By the time you get there, a small crowd is gathered. No shouting, no arguments, just quiet negotiation. People speak in low tones, pretending this is normal. That carving up a dead horse in the rain is a routine part of village life. That they're not thinking about steak. That they're not thinking about chewing. You manage to trade half a spool of thread and a chipped tin spoon for a hunk of flank. It's mostly tendon, a little fat, and a lot of promise. You wrap it in cloth and clutch it to your chest like it might disappear. Back home, the fire is already going rare these days. You boil the meat with water and nettle and a pinch of salt someone smuggled out of town. The broth smells like memory. You let it simmer for hours, even after your belly protests. When you finally eat, it's tough, chewy, maybe a little gamey, but it's meat. And for the first time in months, your mouth remembers what fat feels like. You fall asleep with a smile. That's new. But in the morning, the guilt creeps in. Horses aren't food, not usually, not in good times. You remember feeding one sugar cubes as a child? You named him Harold. This wasn't Harold, but still. You pushed the thought away. Survival doesn't care about sentiment. Over the next few days, more animals start disappearing. Not just dying disappearing, quietly. A goat here, a dog there. You stop asking questions. So does everyone else. Historians still argue whether these disappearances were theft, desperate trades, or something darker. You suspect it was all three. Morality begins to blur when you're starving. Someone mentions that pigeons are good eating. You used to laugh at that. Now you find yourself eyeing the ones perched on the chapel roof like they owe you rent. That's how it goes. 1 minute, you're disgusted by the idea. The next, you're chasing a fat gray one across the square with a stick. You don't catch it, but you dream about it later. A boy from down the road sets traps. Simple things, boxes string, baited with crumbs. He catches a squirrel. His family throws a feast. You're invited. You chew slowly and pretend not to think about the tale. People start keeping secrets. You can see it in their eyes. That thin layer of shame just behind the desperation. They're eating things they never would have imagined: hedgehogs, frogs, stray chickens that no one admits they owned. You pass an old man, chewing something you don't recognize. You want to ask. You don't. Your cousin Thomas brags about finding a leg of lamb. You ask no questions. You eat anyway. A strange kind of etiquette forms. If someone offers you food, you don't ask what it is. If it's warm and doesn't move on its own, you thank them and chew with your mouth closed. One night you hear a scream outside. Then silence. In the morning, the neighbor's dog is gone. So is the neighbor. You learn to sleep lightly, just in case. Someone in town tries to raise rabbits. It works for a week. Then someone breaks into the hutch. Nothing's left but straw and footprints. No one says a word. The baker of all people begins selling meat pies again. No one asks what's inside. They're warm, that's enough. You find yourself wondering what makes something food. Is it tradition, taste, necessity, or just hunger? A fringe tale floats in from the next village. A widow, 3 children, and a stranger who went missing. People whisper. You listen, then forget on purpose. At this point, food isn't about flavor. It's about survival math. Can this be swallowed? Can it be boiled? Will it kill you fast or slow? You boil an old leather strap just to try. It softens. You chew. You swallow. You keep it down. Victory. You miss apples. Real ones. crisp and tart with juice that runs down your chin. You trade your left boot for one, maybe both. Instead, you find an old turnip behind the hearth. It's wrinkled and smells like dust. You roast it anyway. It's the best thing you've eaten all week. There are whispers now. Soft, slinking rumors that curl like smoke under doors and drift across market stalls. You hear them in the silence between footsteps, in the way people pause before speaking. No one says it outright, but everyone knows what's being suggested. Cannibalism. You try not to believe it. You want to think it's just fear talking exaggeration wrapped in shadow. But then you pass a home that's been boarded up for days. The shutters are closed, no smoke from the chimney, and the family all gone. Moved away, they say. But no one saw them leave. You hear about a woman in the hills who was arrested caught with meat she couldn't explain. They say she wept, said it was a goat, then a deer, then nothing at all. You feel sick. You remember when hunger meant empty bowls and sour faces. Now it means watching your neighbor too long, wondering why their hands are shaking, wondering if yours are too. In the town square, the reeve nails a notice to the post. Anyone caught with unnatural meat will be punished by death. It's a bold statement. But what does it mean when the punishment is kinder than the crime? You walk faster now. Avoid eye contact. There's a heaviness in the air that has nothing to do with rain. A tension like something sacred has broken. You eat less. Even when you find something, a handful of wild onion, a lucky snail, you portion it more carefully. Because you don't want to get used to fullness. Because you don't want to look too content. Because it's safer to be hungry than to be noticed. Historians still argue whether the cannibalism stories were widespread truth or the result of panic-driven folklore. Some say they were invented to demonize the poor. Others claim court records and confessions are proof enough. You, however, aren't interested in theories. You're interested in staying alive. A merchant from the next town comes through with a cart of smoked meat. No one asks what kind. It sells out in minutes. You buy a strip. Chew it slowly. It tastes fine. You try not to think about it. Your brother finds a bone in the woods. Long, pale, clearly human. He says nothing and buries it. You dig up old habits to distract yourself. You mend a broken basket. Replaster a hole in the wall. Stir soup that barely exists. You teach the children rhymes, just to keep them from asking questions. Jack ate beans, and Jill ate bark, and then they slept when it got dark. They laugh. Sort of. You've learned to measure your days, not by time, but by sound. The clink of a spoon in a bowl. The whisper of boiling water. The hush when someone enters a room and everyone wonders if they brought food. There's a man in town named Aldrich who still jokes. He says, "If I disappear, don't check the stew pot." Everyone laughs too loud. No one meets his eyes. That night, you dream of roast duck. The skin crispy, the fat dripping. It smells like joy. You wake up chewing your sleeve. You chew a lot of strange things now. Bark, leather, cloth. One woman chews. Clay says it helps her feel full. You try it. Once. Doesn't help. The worst part isn't the hunger. It's the watching. The constant evaluation of others' faces, who's losing weight too fast, who looks stronger than they should, who might have something hidden. Someone says the famine has made people cruel. You think it's the opposite. It's revealed what was already there. You see a mother give her last bit of soup to her child. And then you see someone else knock over a blind man for a crust of bread. One neighbor disappears. Then another. People pretend not to notice. The gaps between houses feel wider now. The priest gives a sermon about sin and temptation. He looks thinner than last week. His hands tremble as he lifts the chalice. No one asks what's in it. There's a quiet pact among the villagers. We will not speak of meat that should not be meat. We will not say the words. We will eat what we must and carry the shame in silence. You never imagined shame had a flavor. It tastes like warm broth that you don't want to question. It tastes like survival. By now, the town square doesn't echo with bells or laughter. It erupts with riots. It begins with the bread. Not fresh, not golden, not even whole, just a few loaves of hard, dark barley bread hauled in on a donkey cart and stacked in a heap like kindling. No fanfare, no price list. Just a crowd that's already leaning forward, eyes wide, arms tense. Someone tries to form a queue. Someone else shouts that there's not enough. Then a push. Then a shove. Then the whole square moves like a tide cresting with panic. You're in the middle of it before you know what's happening. Someone elbows you in the ribs. A woman screams. A child vanishes beneath the crowd, swallowed like a dropped coin. You cling to the edge of a barrel, trying to stay upright. By the time the reeve arrives, too late, always. Too late, half the bread is trampled, and the other half is gone. Fists fly. A boot connects with someone's jaw. No one knows who got what, and no one cares. That night, the town is quiet, ashamed, and hungry. These riots are becoming more common, not just here in every market town for miles from France to Flanders to the Holy Roman Empire. Prices have soared, doubled, tripled. A loaf of bread now costs what used to feed a family for a week, if it can be found at all. You remember a time when bread was boring, just part of the meal. Now, it's the meal. Now it's currency, hope, memory, and weapon. Historians still argue whether authorities intentionally hoarded grain during these years, inflating prices for profit. Some say it was incompetence. Others say it was survival. You know this, the merchants never looked thin. You pass the baker's shop the next day and find it shuttered. Not closed, boarded up. Rumor says he was robbed, or maybe just tired of being threatened. Someone scrawled, "Death to thieves" on the wall. Irony is thick in the air. The church opens its doors to hand out barley mash. You go. Everyone goes. The line wraps around the building. A monk stirs a giant cauldron with a wooden paddle dishing out ladles of gray sludge. No salt. No flavor. Just warm. You slurp it down anyway, ignoring the occasional pebble or twig. One boy finds a beetle in his bowl. He eats it without blinking. There's no shame anymore. Only function. You hear of a woman who tried to bake her own bread using ground-up nutshells and lichen. The whole family got sick. She insists it was just a bad batch. But you notice no one visits her anymore. People have started making their own rules. The old market regulations are dead. The guilds can't control prices. The king's taxes go unpaid because there's nothing to take. The miller sets prices based on mood. The blacksmith trades nails for soup. Justice is what you can enforce with your hands. You pass by a brawl in the alley, two men fighting over a potato. One loses an ear. Neither gets the potato. A dog snatches it and bolts. You're not even mad. Someone brings grain to market from the coast. It's moldy and smells like seaweed. Still, it's gone within the hour. You wonder what happened to all the grain barges. You wonder if they even exist anymore, or if they were just stories. You see a girl selling mushrooms by the side of the road. She swears they're safe. You ask how she knows. She shrugs. We're still alive, aren't we? You buy two. Fry them on a flat rock. Eat them slow. Wait. You live. Victory. The bread riots continue every few weeks, like thunderstorms, loud, angry, and inevitable. Each time the officials act surprised. Each time nothing changes. They post guards. They raise prices. They blame unrest. You want to laugh or scream, but you do neither. Instead, you sit on a stone wall and chew a strip of dried root. The wind picks up. It smells like rain. Again, even the animals are disappearing now. Not into the woods, not from disease, just gone. Quietly, like shadows at dusk. One day, they're there, bleeding in a pen, pecking in the yard, curled on a hearth rug, and the next day, the pen is empty. The yard is still. The rug's just a patch of cloth without a purr. You don't ask what happened to the goat next door, or the ducks by the mill pond, or the chickens that used to scatter at your feet. You just notice the silence. That's how it always starts, with absence. You wake one morning to the sound of sniffing. Outside, your last hen has vanished. All that's left is a trail of feathers and a half-chewed foot. You'd blame a fox, but you know better. Your neighbor down the lane used to have a dog, a mangy thing with one eye and a limp but loyal. He stopped barking 2 nights ago. The neighbor says he ran off. You say nothing. People look thinner now, not just gaunt skeletal. Hollow in the face, eyes too big for their sockets, lips dry and cracked. You catch yourself staring sometimes. Then you catch others staring at you. A man offers you something wrapped in cloth, says it's rabbit. You don't ask. You boil it and eat it alone. It tastes like sinew and guilt. Historians still argue about the role livestock played in deepening the famine. Some say it was the wet weather that killed the herds, hooves rotting in muddy fields, grazing lands turned to swamp. Others claim animals were slaughtered en masse by desperate families sacrificed to postpone starvation. You remember the cow in your uncle's barn. Strong, fat, healthy. Gone just like that. No farewell, just dinner. The fields are eerily quiet now. No lowing of cattle, no braying donkeys. Even the birds seem hesitant to sing. At night, you dream of roast pork. Not the rich kind with crackling, just the kind with enough fat to chew. You wake with your teeth grinding. You remember the old proverbs, a man without a cow is a man with an empty cupboard. Now even the cupboards are missing. Some people are turning to rats. You didn't believe it at first, thought it was just gallows humor. But then you saw it. A woman crouched behind a stable cleaning a skinned carcass with trembling hands. She didn't see you. Or maybe she did and didn't care. You tell yourself you'd never. You hope you're right. You catch a glimpse of your reflection in a puddle. You barely recognize the shape of your face. The curve of your cheekbone now juts like a blade. Your collarbone pokes forward like it's trying to escape. You open your mouth and see your own breath, thin, sour, hungry. There's a kind of sadness that comes not from loss, but from the knowledge that things might never return. That even if the rain stops and the crops grow, the goats won't come back. The chickens won't reappear. The dog won't bark again. Someone mentions pigeons again. Someone else says they're cursed. You're not sure which you believe. A man tries to sell a lizard he caught in the marsh. He calls it dragon meat. You laugh, then you buy it. You notice something strange. People have stopped naming their animals. You suppose it makes sense. It's harder to eat something you've named. So now it's the cow, not Bessie. The goat, not Millie. You miss Millie? She gave good milk. She also once ate your boots. You boil your last bone one more time. It's been in the pot so often it's polished smooth. The broth is almost symbolic now. You sip it anyway. A fringe healer claims he can make stew from boiled nettles clay and a special ingredient he won't name. You don't ask. He looks well fed. You leave. You spot a boy eating beetles, not roasted, raw. He offers you one. You take it. Crunch. It bursts bitter in your mouth. You chew until the texture stops being a problem. You find a single egg behind a bale of hay. You hold it like a relic. Crack it open. The yolk is cloudy. You cook it anyway. It tastes like everything you've been missing. And for one brief second, you feel alive again. You'd think the lords and ladies would be feasting, while the rest of you gnaw on moss, but no, not this time. Word comes down the road that even the manor tables are looking sparse. The nobleman in the next shire threw a banquet with nothing but pickled beans and stale wine. One guest reportedly brought his own salt. Scandalous. You hear of another lord who served fish that wasn't quite fresh. 3 people fell ill. One of them was his wife. She now insists on boiled cabbage and prayer. Mostly prayer. You get invited to the manor, once well not invited exactly. Drafted along with several other villagers to help repair a collapsed granary wall. The compensation, a seat at the steward's table. You go half-starved and wholly skeptical. The meal is underwhelming. Dried peas, turnips that squeak when you chew them, and a meat pie so thin you suspect it's mostly crust and optimism. Still, the cloth napkins feel like luxury. The bench doesn't wobble. And there's wine barely. You sip it like a pilgrim. The steward makes awkward conversation. "Hard times, eh?" he says, while chewing something you don't get a share of. You nod. You don't say, "Your boots cost more than my house. At least they have spices." You can smell cloves pepper and a faint whiff of nutmeg. It makes the otherwise bland food feel distant, like a memory of flavor. You close your eyes and imagine you're chewing real stew. It almost works. Historians still argue whether the nobility suffered alongside the peasantry or merely pretended to. Some chroniclers describe starving knights selling off armor, or noble women sewing their own clothes. Others scoff, noting that reduced portions doesn't quite equal starvation. You believe both. After all suffering wears different outfits. A fringe detail from a surviving manor ledger lists 3 pigeons, 2 loaves, and 1 fox served at a feast. A fox. You're not sure whether to be horrified or impressed. At the manor, the staff look thinner than the nobles. The cook has burns on both arms. The scullery maid's hands shake. You catch her sneaking a crust behind the curtain. You pretend not to notice. On your way out, you pass the stables. Empty. The horses have either been eaten or hidden. Someone mutters that the lord had to sell his last mare for grain. You doubt it, but the idea is satisfying. Back in the village, you retell the story, like it's a joke. Even the barons are chewing roots now, you say. People laugh. A little, then they return to chewing roots. You pass the Reeves' wife, who used to wear velvet and scowl. Now she wears burlap and doesn't look anyone in the eye. Her dog used to bark at everyone. It's gone now. So is the velvet. Even the bishop, who always smelled of incense and butter, looks paler these days. His sermons are shorter, hungrier. He talks less about sin and more about humility. There's a strange solidarity in shared hunger, not the kind that brings people together, but the kind that erodes the lines between them. You and the noble's youngest son are both chewing yesterday's bread. You're both pretending it's fine. Someone tries to joke that the queen is fasting in solidarity. Someone else says, "Then she can have my portion." You all laugh too loud. It helps. Still, the manor has things you don't: candles, dry straw, and a roof that doesn't leak. You wonder how bad it has to get before they start coming down to your table, or rather, your corner of floor with a bowl. You boil your stew that night a little longer. Let it thicken with whatever weeds you manage to pull. Add a splash of vinegar you traded for an old comb. It helps a little. You raise your wooden spoon and say, "To the nobility may their rats be plump." Your brother nearly chokes laughing. It's good to laugh again, even if you're still hungry. You're starting to redefine the word soup. It used to mean something: a bowl of warmth, of comfort, of steamy broth with floating treasures. Carrots, barley, maybe even a sliver of beef if it was a feast day. Now it means wet things that don't kill you. You've become something of a forager chef, a collector of roots, leaves, and questionable fungi. You stir your pot like an alchemist, watching it bubble with thistle stems, dandelions, the occasional nettle. Anything green is fair game. Anything not green is still considered. This morning, you added a strip of boiled cloth for thickness, just to trick your tongue into thinking the soup had body. It didn't. Still, the smell alone is comforting, faintly herbal, faintly muddy, but warm. You sip slowly, like it matters, and you're not alone in your creativity. Your neighbor has started boiling shoe leather, properly, over hours, scraped, softened, sliced thin like jerky. He swears it tastes better if you don't think about where it's been. You try to bite once, chewy, salty, somehow satisfying. You pretended it was beef. That helped. One family down the lane swears by boiled hay. It's got fiber, they say. Good for the gut. You nod and make a mental note not to ask them for dinner. Someone else tried making flour out of crushed animal bones. That was less successful. The texture was more sandstorm than substance. Historians still argue about the legitimacy of these survival foods. Some dismiss them as folklore exaggerations passed down to dramatize an already grim time. Others insist they were very real and deeply necessary. You, living through it, don't see much room for debate. And then, of course, there's mystery stew. It appears one day at the village gathering. A big black pot over a low fire, tended by no one and everyone. People toss things in wild onion moss, shavings of bark, some unidentifiable tubers. No meat. Not usually, though. Sometimes you swear you taste something more substantial. It's the kind of communal meal that used to feel festive. Now it feels like gambling. You take a spoonful and close your eyes. It's warm. It coats your mouth. It doesn't bite back. That's good enough. Still, there are dangers in experimentation. You remember that one stew, a bitter brew, that left half the village vomiting for 2 days. Someone said it was poisonous nightshade. Someone else said it was just undercooked. Either way, the pot got buried. Literally. No one wanted it near their homes. One boy tries to eat boiled green walnuts. His mouth swells. He survives, but barely. The lesson spreads. Quickly know your leaves. You've started collecting what you call maybe food. Bits of bark, suspicious fungi, dried leaves with potential. You keep them in a cloth pouch, testing them one at a time. A tiny nibble. Wait a few hours. No hallucinations. Great. Into the pot it goes. It's like being a botanist. If botanists were always hungry. Your brother invents a game, guess the soup. Each night he takes a spoonful and guesses what's in it. Moss and desperation, he says, or boot polish with a hint of clover. Sometimes you laugh. Sometimes you just nod. You start noticing the texture of things more than the flavor. Is it chewy? Does it crunch? does it slide down without too much argument? That's the new gourmet scale. Someone finds a stash of old pickled turnips, tangy sharp, a little fizzy. They taste like joy and regret. You trade a wooden spoon and 2 buttons for a single slice. Worth it. You try to make broth from boiled pine needles. It's not bad. A little resinous, but strangely soothing. You pretend it's tea. There's a kind of quiet pride now in having a pot that still simmers, even if what's in it is 80% water and 20% don't ask. As long as there's warmth and steam, you're winning. One night, you share your soup with an old woman who hasn't eaten in 2 days. She doesn't ask what's in it. She just says you're kind and sips with shaking hands. You don't feel kind. You feel empty, but a little less empty than she does. So you keep cooking. Even if the ingredients are stranger every day, even if the recipe is just hope and guesswork, even if the spoon feels heavier than the bowl, you stir and stir and stir. Because you have to. Salt has become a fantasy. Not the kind you dream of in sleep, but the kind you whisper about like it's forbidden magic. Once it sat in every kitchen, casually pinched, thrown over shoulders, for luck, stirred into stews with careless grace. Now, it's rarer than meat, more coveted than wine. Salt is power. You haven't tasted proper seasoning in months. Everything now is boiled and bland, bitter and barky. And you try not to think about how much difference a single crystal of salt could make, how it could turn moss broth into something you might want to swallow. The traders from the coast used to bring salt by cartload, big coarse slabs of it stacked like treasure, but not anymore. The roads are flooded or dangerous or just abandoned. Some say bandits took the wagons. Others say the salt's being hoarded. You don't know. All you know is your tongue misses it more than it misses sugar. You once traded an old buckle for a pinch of salt, just enough to line the rim of a clay cup. You dipped your finger into it, touched it to your tongue, and nearly cried. It was like remembering a song from childhood, a warmth you'd forgotten existed. But now, even those tiny trades have dried up. Preserving food has become a nightmare. You can't salt fish. You can't cure meat. You can't even pickle turnips without some kind of brine. The result? Spoilage, rot, regret. A man from the next village tried to dry venison without salt. It lasted 2 days before it crawled off on its own. People still talk about the smell. Historians still argue whether the salt crisis was a result of famine or one of its silent causes. Some claim it was poor planning. Others say it was war or piracy or the simple fact that nobody thought it would rain this long. You believe all of it because when there's no salt, everything tastes like loss. You've tried alternatives. Crushed seaweed, charred ash, powdered nettle. Nothing works. You chew, you swallow, and then you sit in silence, wondering what flavor used to be. A fringe healer swears by earth spice dirt mixed with powdered roots. You tried it. It crunched in your teeth like regret and did absolutely nothing for the soup. You once overheard someone say they found a bag of salt in their cellar. You remember the way everyone in the room turned to look. You never saw that person again. You assumed they either moved or were moved. Even the monastery seems low on seasoning now. Their gruel has gone from humble to hostile. You'd almost rather go hungry. Almost. You find yourself dreaming of salt in strange ways. A pile of it on a wooden table. A loaf of warm bread dipped in oil and salt. A snowstorm made of flavor. Once you dreamed you were swimming in a salt lake. You woke with your pillow damp from drool. It's not just about taste, it's about preservation. Without salt, every little bit of food you do finds spoils faster than you can eat it. You had a fish once, a real one, fresh, slippery, miraculous. You ate half and tried to save the rest. By morning it was sour, gone. You buried it behind the cottage like a lost relative. People start doing strange things, burying jars of stew in the cold earth, hanging strips of meat over smoky fires in hopes it'll dry before it rots. You do the same. Some of it works. Some of it becomes compost. One man claims to have found a salt lick meant for animals and started shaving bits off into his stew. Tastes like feet, he says, but it's salty feet. You're jealous anyway. Sometimes you even consider braving the coast yourself. A long walk, muddy roads, no food, no guarantee. But if there was salt at the end, you don't go. Not yet. Instead, you scrape the inside of an old crock where salted herring once lived. You rub the glaze with your finger, lick it like it's frosting. It tastes like memory. Your brother laughs at you, then does the same. That night, you sip your watery stew and imagine it seasoned. You pretend each bite is rich with flavor. You even hum like it's comforting. It helps. A little. Not a lot, but enough to keep going. You head to the monastery when things get especially bad. Not because you found God, but because you've heard they still have turnips. It's a long walk through mud-slicked roads and leafless woods. By the time you arrive, your boots are soaked through, and your hands are shaking from cold and nerves. The monks dressed in scratchy wool robes and varying degrees of fatigue greet you with solemn nods. They've seen your kind before. You're not the first hungry soul to come knocking. You won't be the last. They call it alms, but it feels more like a transaction. You offer silence, humility, and your worst manners hidden under a prayerful smile. They offer a bowl of gruel and maybe a hunk of crust if you're lucky. It's not charity, it's survival, polished with ritual. The refectory smells of boiled vegetables and beeswax. The gruel, a viscous mix of mashed turnip oat scrapings and boiled greens. It tastes neutral, like the memory of a meal. You chew slowly, pretending to savor it even as it sticks to the roof of your mouth like paste. You're not ungrateful, just tired. The monk who ladles it out is thin but not gaunt. His hands are steady, his eyes soft. He says nothing when your bowl trembles in your grip. He offers you a second ladleful. You almost cry. You sit on a bench beside others, like you men, women, old folks, and a few silent children. None of you speak. The only sound is the scrape of wooden spoons in wooden bowls. A shared silence filled with the quiet dignity of chewing. You glance around. No candles are lit during daylight. No one wastes wax anymore. After eating, you help chop kindling. An unspoken agreement, labor for lunch. You don't mind. It gives your hands something to do, your mind something to grip. The monks chant softly in the chapel while you work. Their prayers echo through the cold stone halls like smoke, thin, solemn, and steady. Historians still argue whether monasteries were effective relief centers or simply overwhelmed during the Great Famine. Some records praise their mercy. Others describe gates closed doors, barred grain hoarded behind holy walls. You guess it depended on the monastery. This one still opens its doors, for now. You spot the herb garden, once a green patch of abundance. Now it's a collection of wilted stalks and stubborn weeds. Still, the monks tend to it daily like it matters. In a way it does. A monk named Brother Ellis shows you a drying rack. Sage and nettle, he says. For stomachs. For spirits. You nod, like you understand. You don't. But the smell is comforting, earthy, medicinal alive. He hands you a cup of nettle tea. Warm, bitter, glorious. You sip it as slowly as possible. You'd frame the cup if you could. That evening, they invite the visitors to join in vespers. You kneel on a cold stone floor pretending to pray. Your stomach is fullish. Your hands are warmish. You whisper a thank you, not sure if it's to God the monks or just to the bowl of turnip mush. Before leaving, they hand you a small parcel, wrapped in cloth, tied with string. Inside, a few dried peas, some wilted greens, a piece of coarse bread, already hardening at the edges. It's more than you expected, more than you deserve. You carry it like a relic all the way home. On the way back, it starts to rain. Of course it does, but you don't curse it this time. You hold the bundle under your shirt, let the drops hit your face. Let the chill settle in your bones. You're used to it by now. Back home, you heat the bread over a flame until it softens. You split it with your brother. You sip the tea again, reheated and slightly more bitter. Monks eat like kings, he says, chewing slowly. You both laugh, not because it's true, but because the alternative is crying. You lie down that night with a full stomach, not stuffed, not satisfied, but no longer hollow, and that in these days feels like grace. You wake to a sound you haven't heard in days, chewing, not your own, not your brother's, but something softer, quicker, desperate. You creep toward the pantry and catch your youngest sibling, barely more than a child, crouched on the dirt floor, gnawing on a lump of seed grain, the kind meant for planting, the kind you've guarded like treasure. You don't speak. You don't shout. You just watch as he chews, mouth working side to side, eyes wide and wild. When he notices you, he freezes. His lips tighten. A kernel drops from his hand. You both stare at it. He doesn't cry. He doesn't explain. He just says, "I was hungry." And what are you supposed to say to that? You kneel beside him. Take one grain. Put it in your mouth. Chew. It's hard, sharp, and tasteless. It cracks like guilt between your molars. The seed grain is your last hope for next season. It's stored in a wooden box under a cloth, away from damp and rats. But it's not safe from mouths. Your uncle already lost his seed grain weeks ago. A family dog got into the sack and chewed through half of it before they noticed. No one blamed the dog. They blamed hunger. Then they blamed each other. Then they ate the dog. You go check the box. It's lighter than it should be. Maybe your brother's been dipping into it for days. Maybe others have too. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. You remember the priest's sermon from last week? Those who eat the future shall reap the wrath. The congregation murmured approval. But you noticed him sipping wine afterward. Wrath seems more tolerable with a full belly. Historians still argue about how much seed grain was consumed during the Great Famine. Some say desperate families made the right choice better, to live now, worry later. Others say it doomed entire regions, making recovery impossible. You don't need a historian. You just need food. Your hands shake as you portion out the remaining grain. You count the kernels, not for math, for mourning. Each one should have been a stalk, a loaf, a future. You put half back in the box. The rest you boil in water and try not to think about next spring. Your brother hovers nearby, eyes down. You don't scold him. You just hand him a bowl. He eats quickly, and for a moment, he looks like a child again. Not a skeleton with limbs. Not a creature driven by instinct. just a boy. You add some dried greens to the pot to make it stretch. You sip slowly, watching the level drop, the future soften dissolve. That night, you hear scratching outside, a neighbor maybe, or an animal, or someone becoming both. You bury the rest of the grain deeper. You start sleeping with the box near your bed. One family tries to sow early with sprouted beans. The rain kills them in days. Another waits too long and misses the growing window entirely. Your village used to plan planting like a festival. Now it feels like gambling with bones. Someone suggests trading seed grain for meat. You want to scream. You also understand. A fringe folk story resurfaces burying bread under the full moon to grow loaves. The children try it. You don't have the heart to stop them. Your brother starts whispering to the seed box at night. Not prayers, just promises. I won't eat you tomorrow, he says. I'll wait. I'll be good. You believe him. You also don't trust him. You start drawing a line across the sack with a piece of charcoal every night, just in case. So you'll know. One morning the line is lower. You say nothing. You just hide the box somewhere else and boil another bowl of regret. You're not entirely sure when it started, but lately, the food is talking back. Not with words, of course, but with dreams, with visions, with strange, quiet hallucinations that creep in when your stomach is empty and your mind drifts into that soft floating place between sleep and waking. You lie in bed at night and swear you smell roasted duck. Not just the scent, the whole experience. The crisp crackle of the skin. The soft hiss of fat dripping into the fire. It's so vivid that your mouth waters onto the straw. Then you wake, and it's just damp. One night, you dream of a table. Long, endless, laid with fruits you barely remember. Figs, cherries, apples with skins that shine like polished wood. You reach out. Your fingers pass through them like smoke. You wake chewing your blanket. Your brother mutters in his sleep. Bread, he says, the white kind. Then he sighs deeply, content. The next morning, he gnaws on the corner of a chair. People have started calling them wheat dreams. Night visions of meals long forgotten. You hear them talked about in the same tone people once used for angels or ghosts' quiet awe touched with fear. One man claims he saw his dead grandmother offering him cheese. Another says he bit into a melon in his dream and woke with blood in his mouth, his gums raw from grinding them in sleep. You see things too, not just dreams. That bush over there, you swear it looked like a roast chicken yesterday. The sky, for a moment, clouded with what looked like flour. You shook your head and rubbed your eyes. Nothing. Just the same gray veil. You catch yourself sniffing the air for smells that aren't real. You follow one once down a path around a bend into an abandoned cottage. Empty. Nothing but soot and a moldy rag. No bread, no stew, no miracle. You sit on the floor and laugh. Then you cry. Then you leave. Historians still debate the psychological effects of the famine. Malnutrition, they say, leads to vivid dreams, hallucinations, mood swings, depression, paranoia. You think the body starts feeding on memories when there's nothing left to chew, and the memories are rich. You recall your mother's barley porridge, thick, golden, slow to cool. You remember biting into a crisp apple on a summer morning. You remember meat. Real meat. Even your worst meal back then would feel like a banquet now. One girl in the village insists she met a saint in her sleep who fed her honey cakes. Her eyes glaze over when she talks about it. She hasn't spoken since. A boy claims he saw an entire roasted ox pass through the clouds. You don't laugh. because you saw it too. One old man stands in the square every afternoon stirring an invisible pot. He says it's almost done, over and over. No one stops him. He looks happy. There's something dangerous in the dreams, though. A temptation, a warmth that makes you want to stay in them. You start sleeping longer, trying to reach the meals that never come. You worry about waking. You worry about not. Your brother asks if dreams can feed you. You say no. Then you wonder if maybe a little they do. You chew more slowly now, savoring even bark. You pretend the bitterness is spice. The texture is richness. You close your eyes and imagine you're eating lamb. You almost believe it. Someone says they saw a loaf of bread floating in the river. Golden, untouched. You walk there. It's a log. Of course it is. You stare at it anyway. One man eats mushrooms he swears are fine because they told him so in a dream. He's buried by morning. You start doubting your own instincts. Is that plant edible? Was that really meat? Did you actually eat today, or just dream it? The line between hunger and hallucination blurs. You still know what's real. Mostly. The cold. The emptiness. The spoon too light in your hand. But in the back of your mind, a voice says, there's bread just over the hill. Warm bread. With butter and honey. And maybe even cheese. You smile and keep walking. At first, it's just a whisper. A muttered phrase here and there, shared over a soggy bench or under the heavy eaves of a flooded roof. Maybe the old gods are angry. You roll your eyes the first time you hear it. But then someone else says it. And then someone else. And then someone you respect. Soon offerings begin to appear. Strange ones. Bread crusts tied to tree branches. Stones stacked in perfect little towers near the stream. Ribbons knotted around fence posts. Someone carves a sun onto a rotten log and places a turnip beneath it. A child leaves a single egg under a bush, carefully nestled in straw. You start seeing things at the forest's edge, circles of twigs, little wooden dolls, smudges of ash that weren't there yesterday. You pretend not to notice, but you walk slower past them. You hear of a woman in the next village who buried a whole loaf of rye under the new moon, whispering prayers in a language no one remembered teaching her. Her neighbor did the same the next week. Rain fell the following day, gentler than it had in months. The coincidence was enough. So now you see bread buried in fields. Bits of dried herbs scattered in 4 directions. Burned feathers on thresholds. You wonder what the priests think. They do not like it. This Sunday, your priest delivers a furious sermon. Superstition is a sin, he roars, sweat darkening his collar. The wrath of God is not softened by sticks and stones. His voice cracks with something you can't quite name. Fear, maybe? Historians still argue whether this pagan revival was real or just a coping mechanism. Some say famine always brings back the old gods, those hungrier, older gods who understand the dirt and the blood and the barter. Others say it was folklore misinterpreted by frightened peasants. You standing in a field with a crust of bread in your hand aren't entirely sure you care, because it's not about belief. It's about doing something. Anything. Something that might help. You bury a crust of your own, just to be safe. You press it deep into the mud, whispering nothing. The act alone feels like hope or desperation. Maybe both. Someone else lights a candle at every crossroads they pass. Someone else draws runes in flour on their door, what little flour they have. Someone else starts wearing a necklace of acorns and sings lullabies to the sky. The famine has made poets of you all. Your brother laughs. What's next? Talking to trees? You shrug. Depends. Are the trees listening? The rain falls again, lighter this time, softer. Someone says the offerings worked. Someone else says the storm simply forgot to be cruel for a day. You don't debate it. You just collect more nettles. At night, the air is thick with ritual. A candle in a window. A chant hummed behind closed doors. You hear footsteps outside your house. Slow. Steady. You look out a woman placing 3 pebbles on your doorstep. She nods once. Leaves. You keep the pebbles. You hear of a man who built a shrine out of rotting bread. Claimed it spoke to him in his sleep. He hasn't been seen since. Another rumor says a child danced in the fields and wheat sprouted beneath her feet. You know that one's fake. But you tell it anyway. It makes people smile. Kind of. The priest starts locking the church doors at night. Candles disappear from the altar. Someone hangs a wreath of thorns on the bell. Faith is shifting, not vanishing, just wandering. Like everyone else. You still say your prayers. But sometimes you do it with a pine cone in your hand. Just in case. Just in case the old gods are listening too. And then the church decides it's your fault. Not the rain. Not the spoiled harvests. Not the rotting grain sacks or the worms chewing through what little hope is left. No, none of that. It's you. You and your sins. Your thoughts. Your whispered doubts. Your half-hearted amens. Your cousin who skipped Mass twice last month. Your neighbor who muttered something about burying a crust under the moonlight. You sit stiffly in the chapel pew, while Father Hallrick thunders from the pulpit. He's lost weight. Sure, his robes sag more than usual, but his voice has only grown heavier. This famine is judgment, he roars. You have turned from righteousness, from humility. You have brought this hunger upon yourselves. He slams his hand on the altar for emphasis. The candle beside it wobbles, threatens to tip. You sneak a glance at the faces around you. Some nod pale and trembling, clutching each word like it's a rope out of quicksand. Others stare at the floor dull-eyed, and a few look like they might hit something or someone, because deep down, everyone knows this is a lie. Still you nod too, because disagreeing out loud could cost you the last spoonful of monastery gruel, or worse. Later you find yourself actually apologizing during confession. Not for theft or lies or envy, no. You confess that you've thought about the old gods, that you've watched crows fly in certain patterns and wondered what they meant, that you once licked the inside of a clay bowl and imagined it was a blessing. Father Hallrick makes you recite 20 Ave Marias. You do. Slowly, as if each syllable might bring bread. Historians still argue how sincere the clergy were in blaming sin for the famine. Some say it was genuine fear, that even the priests were trying to make sense of nature gone mad. Others say it was control, power preserved through shame. You wonder if it matters. Hunger is easier to manage when someone tells you why it exists, even if they're wrong. A woman down the road claims her family found 3 eggs after praying all night. Proof, she says. Repent, and the Lord provides. You don't point out that they also keep chickens. Whispers circulate of a bishop who ordered all cats drown, said they were demons, familiars of those who practiced earth magic. The rat population explodes within a week. So do the fleas. Your cousin says the devil walks the fields now, that he appears as a man with a basket of food, but if you take it, it turns to ashes in your mouth. You're not superstitious. But sometimes you check for footprints near your garden, just in case. One Sunday, A barefoot procession shuffles through town. Men in sackcloth, women wailing, children dragging branches behind them. They chant, "Forgive us," over and over. You join them. Not because you believe, but because it's safer than staying behind. At night, you hear someone pounding nails into a door. A priest boards up a house where 3 died last week. Sin festered here, he says. You wonder what he means. You wonder if hunger is a sin now too. A fringe group forms a small band of villagers who claim only total silence will end the famine. They stop speaking altogether. They communicate with gestures and bowed heads. One day, they're gone. Walked into the woods. Never returned. Someone paints a red cross on the well. Someone else carves "repent" into a tree. You find both eerie and useless. The church bells still ring, but no one listens anymore. The tolls used to mean mass. Now they just remind you of how long it's been since your last real meal. The priest starts preaching with more venom, less comfort. His sermons now drip with accusations. You are prideful. You are wasteful. You looked at your neighbor's food with envy. He's not wrong, but he's not helpful either. Your brother jokes. Next, he'll say, "Sneezing is heresy." You laugh. Then you both sneeze, just in case. You still go to Mass. You still mouth the prayers. But your real devotion now lies in watching the sky. You pray to the clouds, not to stop raining necessarily, just to notice you're here. You're not angry at God. Not really. You're just tired of being blamed by his messengers. So you plant a few wild seeds in secret. You whisper your own quiet prayers to the dirt. You forgive yourself even if no one else does. And that night, when you find one tiny green shoot poking through the mud, you don't tell the priest. You just kneel and whisper, "Thank you." The silence is growing louder. You walk through your village, and where there were once barking dogs, clucking hens, creaking carts, and children squabbling over twigs, now there's wind. Just wind. And the sound of your own breath. And footsteps that echo longer than they should. Houses stand quiet doors, ajar windows, gaping like open mouths. Some are truly empty. Others, you can't be sure. People stop answering knocks. They've stopped opening shutters. They've stopped being seen. The road to the next village used to be traveled daily. Farmers, tradesmen, gossipers. Now it's a crooked brown vein between 2 ghost towns. You walked it last week. Counted 4 abandoned wagons, 1 sunken shoe, and a horse skeleton tangled in its own reins. How many have died? It's a question you ask less out of curiosity now, and more like you'd ask the weather. How many today? How many here? How many more? The truth is no one knows. Historians still argue about the total death toll of the Great Famine. Some say 10% of Europe. Others say 15%. Some scholars say it varied wildly worse in cities gentler and pockets of luck. You don't need a number. You just need to look around. You pass your friend Wulfric's house. The chimney is cold. His door is open. You don't go in. You don't want to know. Someone nails a list to the chapel door names of those lost. The paper is soaked by rain within hours. The ink bleeds. The names blur into each other. You recognize a few. You recognize too many. They say the bigger towns are digging mass graves, shallow ones. Some families don't even wait for clergy. The ground is too wet to bury properly. Coffins are too expensive. Words are too few. One woman dies in her chair, holding a crust of bread. They say she was saving it for later. Later didn't come. Your neighbor stops making soup. He just sits now, staring at the fire, whether it's lit or not. He doesn't respond. When you speak, You leave a boiled turnip on his step. The next morning, it's gone. That's something. Your brother draws faces in the mud. You watch him and think these drawings will outlast us. Someone claims the king has sent aid. Barrels of grain, cartloads of dried fish. But they never arrive. Or maybe they do and disappear along the way. A traveling merchant tells tales of entire villages emptied, fields overgrown, fires cold, even the dogs gone wild. He offers dried apples for 3 silver coins. No one has silver. He rides on. You hear of a man who pretended to die just to see who'd come. Only one person did. She left him a crust and didn't speak. One morning, you find footprints leading away from your house. Not yours, not your brother's, just gone. You never saw who it was. You never will. There's a phrase you keep hearing hollowed out. Not dead, not missing, just hollow. You see it in the faces around you. Eyes that don't blink as much. Mouths that no longer move when thinking. Hands that fidget but never reach for anything. Bodies that stand but no longer sway. A group of villagers gathers at the chapel. They sing an old hymn, off-key, breathy, broken. You join in, not because you believe, but because it's better than the silence. When the final note fades, no one speaks. You all just go home, whatever home means now. You make another pot of soup, just to hear something boil. You eat one bite, then save the rest. Not because you're full, but because you've learned not to trust the future. It comes slowly, like a thaw. Not a miracle, not a feast, not a trumpet from the heavens. Just a moment barely noticeable where the sky doesn't look so gray. You blink up at it expecting rain. None falls. The clouds have thinned. They still loom, but less like punishment and more like afterthought. You don't celebrate. You don't dare. But you notice. The next day, the road is less muddy. Not dry exactly, just not soup. You walk to the edge of the field and press your heel into the earth. It holds. A little. The reeds near the marsh are growing green again. You chew one out of habit, spit it out immediately. Still bitter, still hard, but alive. One neighbor digs a patch of ground and plants something. He doesn't say what. He just works his hands silent, his back curved like punctuation. A question mark in human form. You follow suit. Just a small patch. A few seeds. You don't expect anything. But your hands remember the rhythm. Dig. Drop. Cover. Press. Hope. It feels like prayer. Your brother brings home a wild onion, muddy and misshapen. You stare at it like it's gold. You slice it thin and drop it into the pot. It sizzles. For the first time in months, your soup smells like food. You sit close to the fire that night and eat slowly. The steam fogs your cheeks. Your fingers are cracked, your nails black with soil. But you feel something warm in your chest. Maybe not joy, but the cousin of joy. Joy's quiet older sister. Relief. Historians still debate when exactly the famine ended. Some mark it at 1322, when the rains finally broke and the harvest returned to something like normal. Others point to the subtle shifts, the slow rebound, the muddy boots in spring, the decision to plant again. You like that version better, because it means you were part of it, not just a victim, but a witness. Even the church changes its tune. The priest still preaches, but now the fire in his voice is softer. Less blame, more balm. He blesses seeds, sprinkles water over garden tools, asks for mercy instead of obedience. You think that's progress. The monastery opens its storehouse and gives away grain. Just a little. Just enough to whisper, "We haven't forgotten you." You hear someone laugh in the village square. Not a bitter laugh, a real one. Short surprised, as if it snuck out on accident. You laugh too, just once. It feels strange in your mouth. The birds return before the animals. Sparrows dart between beams, building nests in collapsed barns. You watch them imagining what they eat. You consider following them. You don't. Not yet. One day, a traveler passes through with smoked fish. You trade a spool of thread for a piece the size of your thumb. It tastes like the ocean, like possibility. That night you dream of bread again. But this time, when you wake up, you don't feel disappointed. You feel motivated. You plant more. You dig deeper. You make soup that doesn't need bark. The neighbor who hasn't spoken in weeks nods at you over a shared bowl. It's not a conversation, but it's something, and something is enough. Even the rats seem less bold. A small mercy. You sweep your floor for the first time in ages. You find a forgotten coin under the straw. You put it in your pocket, though there's nothing to spend it on. It just feels right. Like life might eventually require currency again. You start keeping track of the days, marking them with charcoal on the wall. Not out of dread, out of curiosity. You find a single apple core planted in a jar by your brother. When asked what he's doing, he shrugs and says, "Maybe a tree." You nod. That's enough. No one declares the famine over. No trumpet sounds, no proclamation, no feast. But one afternoon, you walk past a field and see green. Real green. Rows of it. Sprouting. Waving in the wind like it remembers how. You forget how loud a harvest can be. Not shouting or music, not yet, but activity. Shovels clinking against earth. Oxen grunting. A whetstone rasping over a blade. The low murmur of people talking about things other than food fences. Fences that need mending boots. That need patching a fence post that's finally standing straight again. You hear birdsong one morning and don't flinch. You just listen. The fields, those fields that spent years as graveyards for drowned seed, now wear a soft, hopeful fuzz of green. It's uneven, it's scrappy, it's humble, but it's alive. The barley sprouts first, then the rye. Someone finds a handful of peas that made it through trembling, but determined. There are still failures, of course. Still spots where rot sneaks in. Still patches where the soil has forgotten how to yield. But for every failure, there's a leaf, a stalk, a shoot that says, "You tried." I noticed. You wake up earlier now, not because hunger forces you, but because light does, and the light looks different. Not just present, but warm. It reaches into the corners of your house like a friend. You follow it outside. Your brother starts humming again. Little songs, the kind he made up before the worst of it. They don't have words, but they have rhythm. That's enough. The reeve begins keeping tallies again, not of deaths, but of bushels. How many seed sacks are left? How many hands can work? How many mouths can be fed if the sun behaves itself? You help where you can, patching walls, guiding oxen, sowing rows in straight lines. Your back aches, but it's the kind of ache you earn, not the kind you suffer. And when you drink water at midday, it tastes like reward. Someone finds mushrooms growing wild under the oak tree. No one hesitates now. There's a confidence in the air again, a we know what not to eat kind of certainty. Historians still argue about how long recovery took after the Great Famine. Some say the population bounced back within 5 years. Others say it took generations to heal not just the land, but the people. You think both are true. Your ribs may disappear under skin again, but the memories, those will take longer. Your cousin returns from a distant town. You didn't even know he'd left. He carries news trade is picking up. Fishers are returning to the coasts. Salt has been seen at market. Salt you don't weep, but your eyes burn. And in a dusty cupboard, you find your old seed box. You run your hands over the grain what little is left, and you feel something close to pride. Because you didn't eat it. Because it stayed. Because now it might live. Your neighbor bakes the first real loaf of bread anyone's seen in months. Coarse burnt, on the bottom too dense, but when he cuts it, steam rises. The smell drifts across the village like incense. You're given a piece the size of your palm. You chew it slowly, eyes closed. Someone sings. You don't even hear the lyrics. You just let the sound wash over you, and you realize you're no longer counting days between meals. You're counting days forward. A girl finds a strawberry in the wild. She runs barefoot to show it off like a medal. Everyone takes turns holding it. No one eats it. They just look. Someone builds a fence. Someone else fixes a cart. And you dig. Not for roots, not for desperation, but for planting. You still wake from bad dreams sometimes. The kind where there's nothing in your bowl, where the bread turns to dust. But now you wake to smell the warmth, to soup. Not bark soup, real soup. And now, when someone disappears, it's not always because they've starved. Sometimes they've gone looking for trade, for news, for kin, for life. You don't forget what happened. You never will. But now you don't have to relive it every hour. Now you can rest. Now you can sow. Now you can wait. And trust that something will grow. You keep bread in your sleeve now. Not because you're hiding it. Not even because you need it. Just habit. A crust tucked into the fold of your coat like a charm. A reminder. A talisman made of starch and memory. You don't always eat it. Sometimes you just hold it. Run your thumb along its edge like it's carved wood, like it's sacred, because for a while it was. You've been full for a few weeks now, not stuffed, not feasting, but full. Enough porridge to leave the spoon heavy, enough soup to stop your hands from shaking, even enough meat to chew slowly like you have the time. And yet the hunger lingers, not in your stomach but in your shoulders, in the way you flinch when a cupboard opens too quietly, in the way you count your potatoes twice, in the way you listen to the wind at night expecting it to bring bad news. Your brother still wakes up gasping sometimes. He says he dreams of empty bowls, of a door that won't open, of soup that boils down to nothing. You sit with him until the dream fades. You don't say anything. You don't need to. You know exactly what he means. People are planting again. Not just grains, but flowers. You see yellow blooms peeking through the fence posts. Someone strung dried herbs across a window. Someone else has painted their shutters. Red, bright, scandalous red. You smile. Someone finds a lute in a barn and tunes it. They play 3 notes before the string snaps. Everyone claps anyway. One family hosts a meal bread bean stew, a tiny scrap of cheese. No one talks about the past. No one talks about the rain. They talk about fences, shoes, the taste of onions, the possibility of pigs in spring. The market opens again, slowly. Someone sells buttons. Someone else sells tallow candles slightly bent from storage. Someone else has dried apples on string. You touch one gently. The skin is wrinkled, but sweet-smelling. You buy it. It feels like holding treasure. Historians still argue whether the famine truly ended, or whether it simply faded slowly into memory, whether the earth forgave or just forgot. whether people truly healed or just adapted. You don't bother with theories. You know what it feels like when food no longer hurts. You still bury crumbs sometimes. Not for superstition, not anymore, but for the birds. The birds that stayed. The birds that came back. You've learned a quiet reverence for anything that survives. Your skin is no longer gray. Your eyes no longer sink. You catch your reflection in a puddle and don't look away. You find yourself singing when you cook. Just a few notes, a hum, a rhythm. The pot bubbles and you stir with something close to joy. Maybe not joy, but its shy cousin, peace. A child offers you a flower and says, "You look like someone who remembers things." You nod. You do. And then one morning, the sky is clear. Not just not raining clear. Blue, soft, undramatic. You stand in it like you forgot how tall the world could be. You take your crust from your sleeve and hold it up to the sun. You don't eat it. You let the birds have it because you can. Because you're here. Because you made it. And now the fire is low. Your bowl is empty, your hands are warm, and the sky outside is quiet. You've walked a long road tonight, through mud and memory, through empty cupboards and cold pews, through dreams of roast duck and soup that spoke in riddles, through silence that echoed too long, and finally into green. It was never just about food. Not really. It was about the waiting, the wondering, the weight of a single crust carried like a coin in your pocket, the small mercies that arrived in pots of nettle or a shared onion, or the way someone handed you half their bowl without asking why. And as your breath slows and your shoulders sink into your pillow, you carry this history with you, not to fear it, but to remember it. Because hunger leaves a shadow, yes, but it also leaves a kind of wisdom, a softness, a quiet gratitude that clings to every warm spoonful, every mouthful of bread that doesn't have to be hidden, every dream that ends with a full table. So rest now knowing the rain has passed. The fields have grown back. The silence has thinned. The fire is still lit. And the bowl is no longer empty. Good night, traveler. You're safe. You're fed. You're home. Why the church was so powerful. In the 1300s, we slip back in time to a world lit by torchlight and ruled by fear-faith, and a few very powerful men in robes. Imagine you're wandering a narrow, muddy street in a 14th century village. Thatched roofs, hang logos, bleat somewhere behind a wooden fence, and everyone, yes, everyone seems to be whispering the same name in reverence or fear, the church. You can smell the smoke of the baker's fire, feel the scratch of wool tunics, and hear the iron bell tolling from a stone tower that casts its shadow over every home. That sound. It means more than just the time, it's a heartbeat for the whole community. And tonight you're going to find out why. Just a heads up, you probably won't survive this century, not unless you're lucky obedient and have really, really good luck with plagues, priests, and taxes. The year is 1300. You stand barefoot on damp cobblestones, staring up at the largest building in town, the church. Stone buttresses curve like ribs along its sides. Stained glass windows shimmer with saints frozen in heroic poses. Inside, incense clouds the air thick as fog, and the sound of chanting Latin rolls through like thunder, most of which you can't understand. But that's okay. You're not meant to understand it. You're meant to feel it. The mystery, the majesty, the sheer overwhelming power of it all. Because here's the first thing you need to know. In the 1300s, the church isn't just a building or a belief system. It's the universe's operating system. It decides what's true, what's moral, and who's going to roast in a lake of eternal fire. Whether you're a peasant stacking hay or a noble riding past on a snorting warhorse, the church shapes your life from the cradle, literally, the baptismal font, to the grave, yes, with holy water again. There are no separate spheres of life, no divide between spiritual and secular. Every law passed, every marriage blessed, every baby born or buried. All of it happens under the church's watchful eye. You're not really a person until the priest says you are. You can't get married, inherit land, or be buried properly without church approval. Basically, it's like needing divine Wi-Fi to function, and only the church has the router. You walk past a couple of children playing saints and sinners, one pretending to burn the other at the stake using straw. It's a favorite local game, strangely enough. Everyone grows up knowing that the church has firepower, sometimes literal. And it's not just fire and brimstone sermons. The church owns land. A lot of it. In some regions, more than half the usable farmland is church property. That means they don't just guide your soul, they collect your rent. Even the calendar bows to the church. Today's market day, that was scheduled to avoid St. Egbert's feast. The next public holiday, it's St. Margaret's Day. And yes, she's the one who supposedly survived being swallowed by a dragon. Historians still argue whether Margaret's legend was symbolic, or whether people really thought dragons were on the loose in Asia Minor. Either way, the townsfolk don't question it. It's in the church records. That's enough. You trudge toward the edge of the village, where a small shrine stands, just a stone ledge with a carved wooden Virgin Mary and a few coins left as offerings. No one touches them. Not out of politeness, out of terror. Stealing from the church, even a few pennies from a roadside shrine, could get you excommunicated. That's worse than jail. It's like being digitally blocked by God. People won't talk to you, trade with you, or bury you. You're spiritually homeless. But don't worry, there's also comfort. The church is your hospital, your court, your school, if you're lucky, and your counselor. The priest is often the only literate person you know. When your crops fail, he prays for rain. When your child is sick, he offers relics and holy water. When you confess your sins, he listens and tells you how to fix your cosmic credit score. And the rituals, oh, the rituals. Every Sunday is a mini theater of sacred drama. The organ, the incense, the priest lifting a wafer that somehow becomes Christ's literal flesh. Don't ask how. You're not allowed to understand transubstantiation. It's a mystery. And if you try to explain it your own way, congratulations, you're a heretic. Speaking of which, did you hear about the guy in the next village over? He said he didn't think the bread actually turned into flesh. Just said it in a tavern. Guess what? No one's seen him since last Tuesday. The church's grip is tightest where fear runs deepest. Fires, famines, floods, everything that goes wrong is either a punishment from God or a test of your faith. Either way, the church knows what you should do next. And the more terrifying life becomes, the more you cling to that certainty. You don't ask why things happen. You ask the priest what it means. You pass by a group of barefoot pilgrims arriving from who knows where, murmuring thanks to St. James for helping them survive bandits' fevers and food poisoning. They're thin, sunburnt, and carrying badges shaped like scallop shells, signs of pilgrimage. One of them even has a wax figurine of a saint that melts slowly in the sun. That's part of the charm, apparently. And just before bed, as the church bell tolls again, you glance at the glowing tower one last time. Up there in the belfry, a tired monk lights a candle and leans on the stone sill. He rings the bell, not just to mark the hour, but to remind you who rules time-space and your trembling little soul. The next morning, you're up before the rooster, because, well, the rooster lives inside your neighbor's hut, and it's been crowing since the moon dipped below the trees. You stretch your aching limbs and glance again at the church. It sits on the hill like a silent overseer, stone shoulders hunched against the gray sky. You'd think it was just a building. You'd be wrong. It's the epicenter of your life, yes, but it's also home base for a group of people who claim to speak directly for God. Enter the clergy. You shuffle through the dew-wet grass to morning mass, passing Father Oswin, your village priest. His robe brushes the ground stained at the hem with weeks of muddy paths, and he gives you a nod. He knows your name, your family, your confessions. He's more than a man in a robe. He's the spiritual translator of your entire existence. And if you tick him off, let's just say your odds of heavenly peace drop like a stone in a pond. The clergy come in tiers, like a divine cake priests at the base, then bishops, archbishops, and finally way at the frosted top, the Pope himself. It's a hierarchy more rigid than the local manor's stone walls. Each rank claims more spiritual power and, surprise, more earthly influence. Priests bless marriages and hear sins. Bishops own land and rub elbows with nobility. Popes, they crown kings, settle wars, and occasionally start them. Historians still argue whether some medieval clergy believed their own hype or if they were simply really good at performance. But to you and your neighbors, it doesn't matter. They're the voice of God. You don't question the script, you just memorize your lines. Now let's zoom in a bit. Father Oswin's daily duties are a strange blend of divine theater and dirty work. He performs massive course waving incense and speaking Latin like a spellcaster. But he also tends the church garden, patches the roof with straw, and sometimes helps birth babies when the midwives had too much ale. He's everywhere. When your cousin breaks her leg, it's Oswin who limps out with a prayer and a poultice. When your neighbor's cow dies mysteriously, it's Oswin who investigates, usually blaming it on sin, not spoilage. His sermons, oh, they're intense. He preaches about humility, obedience, and charity, usually while wearing a silver-threaded stole that could buy a whole pig. His favorite topic is the Great Chain of Being, which basically says everyone's in their place by God's will. Kings on top, peasants on bottom. So no, you can't switch jobs. And no, you can't marry the blacksmith's daughter if you're just a Thatcher. Cosmic order, baby. It's not all fire and brimstone, though. There's community, too. On feast days, Father Oswin organizes plays about saints who survive ridiculous things, boiling oil sword fights demon bats. Once a year, he even blesses the sheep, though you're pretty sure one of them bit him last time. And here's the twist. Despite the grim tone, the church can also be weirdly fun. Lent is strict, yes, but it ends in a feast. Marriage ceremonies have jokes tucked into them, and some saints are so oddly specific they're practically memes, like Saint Drogo, the patron saint of coffeehouse owners, and the strangely unattractive. Yes, really. Google him when you wake up. But make no mistake, the clergy aren't just nice guys in robes. They're enforcers. They collect tithes. They report dissent. If you say something sketchy during confession, like you doubt whether saints can fly, or that maybe the bishop is a bit greedy, they can pass that up the chain. And what starts as a whispered doubt could end in a visit from men in darker robes. A traveling bishop arrives in town one spring day, and everything changes. His retinue includes squire's servants and a man whose only job appears to be holding the bishop's ridiculously tall hat. When he steps into your church, Father Oswin practically bows himself in half. And when the bishop speaks, his Latin is deeper, smoother, like buttered stone. He talks about authority, divine order, and how disobedience to the church is a path straight to hell. You nod along. You'd nod if he told you pigs could fly and that it was a sin to doubt them. Later that night, you sneak a peek as the bishop dines in the manor house. Roast duck, honey cakes, wine. It's a far cry from your barley stew. You're not jealous exactly. It's more like awe. He's not just rich. He's chosen, untouchable, holy, or so you're told. And the Pope. Oh, don't even get started. He's a mythic figure all the way in Rome or Avignon, depending on the year. He writes letters with gold seals, sends out decrees like lightning bolts, and has an army of scholars backing his every word. They say he once made a king crawl through snow for 3 days to beg forgiveness. True? Who knows? But it's in the songs, so it must be important. Clergy even get special legal treatment. If a priest commits a crime, say stealing from a market, or accidentally stabbing someone in a tavern, happens more than you'd think. He's not tried by regular courts. He gets benefit of clergy. Church court. Different rules. Gentler consequences. Some people even fake being clergy just to escape punishment, reciting random Latin until the judges shrug and let them go. Fringe fact? Maybe. But it happened often enough that laws had to be updated. So as you lie down tonight, listening to the soft wind through the thatched roof, you realize something. The church's power isn't just in its teachings. It's in the people who walk, talk, and enforce those teachings like divine law. Men like Oswin, like the bishop, like the Pope, each wearing different robes, each with different titles, but all holding a terrifying and oddly comforting truth. They are as far as anyone can prove God's agents on earth. And if God's speaking through them, well, who are you to argue? You wake to the sound of chickens and chimes another day, another round of divine expectations. You shuffle outside, still half asleep, but already the church is in your mind. It's hard to avoid when it shapes the very way you think, literally. Because in the 1300s, knowledge is power, and the church is hoarding it like a dragon, guarding a very dusty, very Latin treasure hoard. Let's start with reading. Can you read? Probably not. 90% of people can't. If you're lucky, maybe you know a few symbols, or your name in runes, but full sentences. Forget it. The few who can read are either monks, priests, or nobility, who paid a small fortune for tutors, and the language of books, not your native tongue. Not even French or German. It's Latin, and Latin belongs to the church. You step inside the village chapel, where a cracked manuscript sits on a lectern guarded like gold. It's hand-copied, bound in leather with ink made from oak galls and iron salts. The script curves and loops like it's showing off. It probably took a monk months to finish by candlelight, no less, and it's written in a language you've only heard in chants. That book is power. And guess who owns it? The church controls what gets written, copied, and preserved. Most people think the Bible is the only book that matters. And fair if you've only seen one, and it came from a monk's sore hands and half-blind eyes, you'd think it was sacred too. But the real kicker, you don't get to read it yourself. The Bible isn't in your language. You need a priest to tell you what it says. It's like having a divine terms of service agreement you're not allowed to look at. Historians still argue whether this control was for order or suppression. Maybe both. After all, if everyone could read Scripture, what would stop them from drawing their own conclusions, from asking awkward questions, from realizing the church's version of heaven might be flexible? You watch a scribe at work in a nearby abbey, carefully copying lines onto parchment while muttering each syllable aloud. Every ink stroke is an act of devotion, every copied verse a step closer to God or to hand cramps. They illustrate the margins with wild animal saints and sometimes baffling doodles, like knights fighting snails or rabbits in armor. Why, no one really knows. Maybe monks were just bored, or maybe those were medieval inside jokes. Either way, it's one of the only creative outlets allowed. But it's not just about literacy, it's about law. Church law. Canon law, to be exact. That's the church's own legal system, complete with courts, trials, and punishments. And yes, it overlaps with secular law, often awkwardly. Say you accuse someone of stealing your cow. Do you go to the manor court or the church court? Depends. Was the cow near a shrine? Did the thief swear falsely on a Bible? Welcome to jurisdictional chaos. The clergy act as judges, and in many cases, their word is final. They decide whether your marriage is valid, whether your confession counts, whether your burial spot is close enough to the altar to get extra blessings. That last one's a real thing. The closer your grave is to holy relics, the better your chances on Judgment Day, allegedly. So grave spots near the altar. Yeah, those are prime real estate. Sometimes church courts even handle things like wills and debts. Not because they're experts in finance, but because those things touch on morality. And where morality is involved, the church steps in like an overbearing older sibling who just has to be right. Then there are the schools, or rather, the one-room stone chambers, where boys sit on wooden benches and try to memorize psalms while freezing through winter mornings. If you're training for the priesthood, you get access to actual education, logic, rhetoric, maybe even astronomy if your abbot is feeling spicy. For the rest, it's mostly learn to chant and don't ask questions. And here's a fringe tidbit for you. Medieval universities started as church institutions. Paris, Bologna, Oxford, they all grew out of cathedral schools. Professors were technically clergy, degrees. Those were church licenses to teach. So yes, in a way, your theology professor today is continuing a very old, very sleepless tradition. Now let's talk about censorship. The church doesn't just own the books, it decides what can be a book. Any writing that challenges doctrine is heresy. And heresy isn't just a theological disagreement, it's a crime. You could be fined, exiled, or set on fire. You learn early, keep your ideas orthodox, or keep them to yourself. But every so often, someone slips through. Maybe a wandering friar who reads a little too much, or a scholar who translates a banned text into the vernacular common language. That's basically academic rebellion. Some get away with it, others disappear. And everyone learns the same lesson. Books are sacred tools, but dangerous ones. One night, by flickering candlelight, you hear Oswin whisper a tale about a scholar in Paris who argued that the earth might be a sphere. The room goes silent. You all look at the rafters, half expecting divine lightning. Oswin shrugs and says, "The Pope hasn't banned it. Yet." Then he crosses himself and changes the subject. The church's monopoly on knowledge isn't accidental. It's engineered. You don't just believe what they tell you. You can't know anything else. Without book schools or access to debate, your only worldview comes from sermons, stained glass, and secondhand gossip. The church doesn't just own your soul, it owns your story. And honestly, in a world where wolves steal livestock, crops fail for no reason, and plague carts roll through town every decade, having anyone say they understand the rules, that's a comfort. Even if those rules are written in a language you'll never read and enforced by men you'll never meet. So tonight, as you drift off beside the hearth, the glow from the chapel window flickering on the ceiling, you understand something new. The church's power doesn't come from brute force. Not really. It comes from ideas written in books you'll never open, argued in courts you'll never enter, and believed because there's no other option. And as Father Oswin said last week, faith is the evidence of things not seen. Conveniently, that includes most of the church's paperwork. You wake to a thunderstorm rumbling over the hills, raindrops drumming the roof like impatient knuckles. It's Sunday, which means Mass, and no, you don't get to stay in bed, not even when your boots are still drying from last week's pilgrimage. You splash down the muddy road, arriving just in time to squeeze into the back of the chapel shoulder to shoulder with half the village. The air is thick with wet wool, damp wood, and something else anticipation. Because today the priest is offering sacraments, and these aren't just traditions, they're your golden ticket to heaven. You've heard of the 7 sacraments, even if you can't name them all: baptism, marriage, confession, communion. Each one marks a moment in your life that matters not just to you, but to your eternal soul. And here's the kicker: the church controls all of them. No priest, no sacrament, no sacrament, no salvation. So yeah, missing Mass isn't just rude, it's risky. You glance across the room and spot a young couple kneeling awkwardly near the altar. They're getting married today. It's not glamorous. No white dress, no pop ballads, no confetti. Just a few vows, a couple silver coins exchanged, and a very solemn blessing. But to the church, that blessing is what makes it count. Without it, the marriage isn't valid spiritually or legally. And that means any future kids are considered illegitimate, which affects inheritance, social status, and whether people even treat them like real people. After the couple stands, the priest calls forward an old man with watery eyes and trembling hands. It's time for the anointing of the sick, what we'd call last rites. You hold your breath. This isn't just a ritual, it's a spiritual parachute. If the old man dies tonight, he goes to God with a clean soul. If not, well, there's always next Sunday. The ceremony is quiet, haunting even. Oil smeared on the forehead, murmured Latin, a flick of holy water. And just like that, the man is either healed or prepared to die. Either way, he's now on God's radar. The sacraments are everywhere. Baptism welcomes you into the faith. Communion nourishes your soul, and sometimes your stomach, those wafers are dry. Confession wipes your sins clean, assuming you're really sorry. Confirmation locks in your faith like a spiritual password reset. And holy orders. That's for those brave or bored enough to become clergy themselves. Historians still argue whether the church invented this structured pathway to salvation purely out of spiritual concern or as a clever way to centralize control. Either way it works. You grow up believing these moments are essential checkpoints and the church is the only place handing out the stamps. Let's zoom in on confession. You step into the wooden booth, and suddenly it's just you and Father Oswin on the other side of the screen. You whisper your sins, losing your temper, stealing a turnip, thinking about that blacksmith's daughter a little too often. He listens patiently. Then he gives you your penance, usually prayers, maybe a fast, sometimes walking barefoot to the nearest holy well. And just like that, you're forgiven. clean slate, or so you hope, because forgiveness is conditional. It depends on true repentance, proper confession, and the priest's blessing. Skip a step, it doesn't count. Die with unconfessed sins, straight to purgatory or worse. That's the real terror, the unknown afterlife. Heaven's glorious, sure, but distant. Hell. That's described in stomach-turning detail during every Sunday sermon. Fireworms. Devils with barbed tails. It's a medieval horror movie on loop. And then there's purgatory. Not quite hell, not quite heaven, just a long purifying wait. Centuries of waiting, actually. You burn off your lesser sins like spiritual calories, slowly crawling your way toward the pearly gates. It's like divine detention, and nobody wants to be stuck there longer than necessary. So how do you avoid it? Easy. Follow the rules. Get your sacraments. Obey the church. And if you mess up, there's always indulgences, but more on that later. For now, you clutch your rosary and glance up at the stained glass window, glowing like molten jewels in the gray light. It shows Christ handing keys to St. Peter, symbolizing the church's authority. That's not just a pretty image, it's theology. The church believes it has a direct spiritual inheritance from Jesus himself. That's why they can claim such exclusive access to the divine. And you believe it too. How could you not? It's in the rituals, the rhythm of life. Birth, marriage, death, all threaded through the same holy hands. Even your name was given at the baptismal font. Your very identity was a gift from the church. Now for a quirky little detail. In some regions, people actually keep their baptismal water in tiny vials as lucky charms. Travelers carry them to ward off storms or illness. Others sleep with relics under their pillow, anything to keep one foot in the holy realm. Because in a world where death lurks in every fever and famine, the sacraments aren't just tradition, they're survival. And what happens if you're denied one? Well, you're in trouble. Let's say you're excommunicated, cut off from the church. That means no confession, no communion, no burial in consecrated ground. People won't trade with you, talk to you, or shelter you. It's spiritual exile, and it's terrifying. Even kings have begged the church to lift excommunication. Because without the sacraments, you're not just alone. You're lost. You remember the story of poor Elrica Tanner's son, who angered the priest by swearing in church. He wasn't allowed to take communion for a month. That was 3 weeks ago. He hasn't spoken since. His mother swears she saw his shadow disappear at sunrise. True? Probably not. But everyone believes it, and that's what matters. As the storm dies down and Mass ends, you walk home with your cloak pulled tight feet, soaked and soul slightly soothed. You've done your part, attended Mass, received your blessing, watched others move along the divine conveyor belt. For one more week, you're safe. The church doesn't just promise heaven. It makes you believe you're already halfway there, as long as you play by the rules. And the rules, they all flow from the sacraments. 7 holy moments that carve meaning into a world full of suffering, hunger, and hard labor. You lie in bed that night, eyes tracing the wooden beams above, whispering the Lord's Prayer under your breath. Not because you're feeling pious, but because tomorrow is never guaranteed, and you want to have at least 1 foot inside the celestial door. The sun rises, and with it, so does the sound of coin clinking into wooden bowls. You're not at a market. You're at the edge of the churchyard, where a small table has been set up beneath a canvas tarp, dripping from last night's rain. On it sits a gleaming scroll, a few wax seals, and a hand-lettered sign in Latin that you can't read, but you've heard the rumors. It's an indulgence table, And that means today forgiveness is on sale. You step closer, watching as villagers file past, dropping coins into the basket in exchange for a slip of parchment. The priest, or his assistant, more like hands each one a document bearing the papal seal. Supposedly, these pieces of paper grant time off from purgatory. Not freedom from sin, exactly, but a spiritual shortcut. It's like a heavenly coupon for reduced punishment. Buy, now avoid eternal suffering later. You've heard people call it salvation in silver. And while that might sound sarcastic now, in the 1300s, it's just reality. Let's rewind. The idea of indulgences isn't new. It starts as a way to encourage acts of devotion, pilgrimage, prayer, almsgiving. You do something hard, and the church rewards you with spiritual benefits. Makes sense, right? But as time goes on, those good deeds get more transactional. Can't walk 100 miles to a holy site. Just donate instead. Too sick to fast, pay someone to pray on your behalf. Eventually, the prayer itself gets replaced by the payment. And then someone gets a bright idea. Why not offer indulgences to fund church projects, repairs cathedrals, crusades? That's where things start to smell a bit fishy. Historians still argue whether this drift was a slow corruption or a necessary adaptation. Either way, by the 1300s, it's in full swing. You can pay to have your sins scrubbed, or your dead relatives' sins. That's right, you can buy indulgences for the deceased. Grandma died with a bit of spiritual baggage. A few coins, and she's that much closer to heaven. Or, so you're told. Now here's a fringe tidbit for you. Some people get really into it. There's a nobleman nearby who reportedly owns a whole collection of indulgences. He hangs them like trophies in his hall, boasting about how many years off purgatory he's racked up. You imagine the afterlife as a customs line, and he's holding the spiritual equivalent of a fast pass. Of course you don't have that kind of money. Most folks don't. So you save up sometimes for weeks just to buy a single indulgence. You do it not because you're sure it works, but because you can't afford to risk that it doesn't. But not everyone's impressed. Some people start muttering that it feels less like spiritual grace and more like holy bribery. How can a piece of paper replace true repentance, they whisper? And that whisper is dangerous. Because criticizing indulgences often sounds an awful lot like criticizing the church. And we both know how that ends. Still, the practice spreads. Traveling preachers show up in towns across Europe, shouting about the power of indulgences, waving scrolls like flags. They speak of hellfire, purgatory, eternal judgment, and the one simple thing you can do to avoid all that suffering: donate. Today, only. Limited parchment supply. It's not unlike a medieval infomercial. Even the Pope gets involved. His seal appears on official indulgence documents, adding weight to the whole system. When questioned, church officials argue that the Pope has authority to dispense Christ's merits, kind of like drawing from a spiritual bank account. And since the Pope's basically the CEO of heaven's HR department, who's going to argue, you hear the story of Brother Aldwin, a friar who walks from village to village, holding up a crucifix in one hand and a ledger in the other. He talks about heaven like a place you can rent space in. His eyes are kind, but his voice is firm. Penance is good. But an indulgence is safer. And just like that, people open their purses. One night, by firelight, you ask Father Oswin how it works. Does the parchment really cleanse sin? Can money undo years of wicked thoughts and questionable decisions? He hesitates. Then he says, an indulgence doesn't forgive sin. It remits temporal punishment. Think of it as a washing line. The soul still needs to be clean, but this helps it dry faster. You blink, not entirely comforted by the laundry metaphor. To make it more confusing, not all indulgences are created equal. Some promise full remission, while others offer set durations, 10 days off purgatory, here, 40 years there. How does time even work in the afterlife? No one knows. But they count it anyway. And that's not the only complication. Some indulgences are earned, others bought. Some are for individuals, others for groups. You once heard a rumor that a town raised enough money to earn a collective indulgence for every resident, including the goats. Probably not true, but honestly, would it surprise you? So here you are, staring at a table of salvation slips, wondering if your one copper coin is enough. Maybe it shaves a day off your time in purgatory, maybe it doesn't, but you drop it in anyway, because something in your gut says it's better than nothing. That's the genius and the danger of indulgences. They play to your deepest fear that you're not good enough, and your deepest hope that someone else, someone powerful can fix that, for a fee. Of course, all this isn't happening in a vacuum. Behind the scenes, murmurs are growing. Some theologians are uncomfortable. Some bishops feel the balance tipping too far into commerce. But the system keeps rolling unstoppable, as a pilgrimage cart with no brakes. You return home with your small parchment in hand, the ink still drying. Will it save you? Maybe. Will it hurt? Probably not. At worst, it's a scrap of paper. At best, it's a one-way exit ramp off the purgatory highway. You tuck it under your mattress, beside a sprig of dried rosemary and a carved token of St. Jude, just in case. And as you blow out the candle, the image of that indulgence table lingers behind your eyelids, not because it was sacred, or because the priest smiled at you, but because for the first time, salvation felt like something you could buy. And that changes things. You dream of fire-dancing shadows, leaping flames, and a roaring voice that warns you of eternal torment unless you repent. Then you wake up and realize that wasn't a dream. That was Sunday's sermon. Welcome to the church's most powerful psychological weapon, fear. And not the oops, I stubbed my toe kind. This is soul-deep, bone-chilling, eternal damnation fear. In the 1300s, hell isn't just a theoretical place. It's as real to you as the pigs in the pen or the lice in your tunic. You trudge through another gray morning, and the first thing you hear is Father Oswin practicing his sermon. Through the cracked chapel door, you catch phrases like everlasting fire, weeping, and gnashing of teeth, and torments without end. Lovely stuff for breakfast, and oddly specific. Why so intense? Because fear gets results. The church knows that when people are terrified of eternal suffering, they'll listen. They'll confess, tithe, obey, and if needed, fight. The medieval imagination is soaked in imagery of damnation demons with pitchforks, lakes of fire-boiling sinners, and enough screaming to make a banshee blush. And this fear isn't passive, it's performed. Preachers stomp, shout, and sometimes weep during their sermons. They describe damnation in sensory detail. The stink of burning flesh, the sound of chains, the sight of worms crawling through eye sockets. If you've got a weak stomach, too bad, your soul's on the line. You remember one sermon where Oswin told the story of a man who failed to confess a single sin, just one, and died unexpectedly. Now he supposedly haunts the hills, eyes glowing like embers, begging passers-by to pray for his doomed soul. Do you believe it? Maybe not. But will you confess your sins more carefully next time? Oh, yes. Historians still argue whether these sermons were sincere warnings or elaborate emotional manipulation. Probably a bit of both. But in a world where literacy is low and science is suspect, vivid storytelling is everything. The pulpit is a stage. The priest is the lead actor. And fear, that's the special effect. It's not just sermons either. Walk through any church and you'll see it in the art. Frescoes of Judgment Day with the saved floating toward golden clouds and the damned dragged downward by horned devils. Some stained glass windows show Christ with one hand raised in blessing and the other pointing straight toward hell. Subtle. The idea is clear. Your soul is constantly being weighed. Any misstep, one lie, one lustful, thought one skipped fast, and the scales tip. You might think you're a good person, but according to the church, good isn't enough. You need grace, sacraments, faith, and most of all, obedience. Even dreams aren't safe. Some believe that if you sin in a dream, your soul's still stained. So people wake up sobbing, racing to confess a crime their conscious mind never committed. That's the level of internalized anxiety we're talking about here. You remember an old woman in the next village over Agatha. She once claimed she'd had a vision of purgatory, a vast gray wasteland filled with moaning souls and falling ash. She described it in terrifying detail, then fainted right in the middle of Mass. After that, she donated her entire savings to the church. Coincidence? You don't think so. And then there are the mystery plays. These traveling performances act out biblical stories, Cain and Abel, the Last Judgment, even a dramatic and often bizarrely funny retelling of Noah's Ark. But the real showstopper, the hellmouth. A giant mechanical mouth, shaped like a beast, belching fire, and smoke as actors dressed as demons drag sinners into its gaping jaws. Kids cry, adults cross themselves, and everyone goes home just a little more afraid. A fringe tidbit in some plays, the audience would be heckled by demons mid-performance. They'd jump down, shout out sins like gossiping or skipping Mass, and chase people around with pitchforks. Half theater, half public shaming, all terrifying. But don't mistake this for pure cruelty. Fear has a purpose. It keeps people in line. It creates a sense of urgency. You don't delay confession when you believe a heart attack could send you straight to Satan's personal spa. It also unites the community. Everyone shares the same fear. You all whisper about judgment, debate what counts as a mortal sin, speculate who's most likely to end up in the pit. Spoiler: it's always that one guy who never kneels during prayers. Of course, not all priests lean into the fire and brimstone vibe. Some prefer a gentler message, hope, redemption, the promise of grace. But let's be honest, a flaming abyss is a harder image to forget. And when life is full of suffering already plagues wars, famines, it's not hard to believe that hell is real. Maybe even closer than you think. You spend your days trying to stay spiritually clean, but it's exhausting. Every action feels loaded. You step on a beetle and wonder if it's a sin. You miss morning prayers because of a thunderstorm. Are you doomed now? You're stuck in a cosmic game of hide and seek with eternal consequences. And just when you think you're doing okay, you hear a story about a monk who spent his life in prayer, but forgot to confess one prideful thought. And guess what? His ghost now weeps at the monastery gate every full moon. Thanks, Oswin. You'll sleep great tonight. But here's the thing, despite all the fear, you don't give up. Because fear mixed with hope is a potent cocktail. The church doesn't just terrify you, it offers a way out. Confession, repentance, acts of mercy, indulgences if you can afford them. The flames are always nearby, yes, but so is the water to douse them. As you drift off tonight, you whisper a quick prayer just in case. Not because you've sinned, probably, but because you never really know. And in a world where even your dreams might count against you, it's better to play it safe. After all, heaven may be beautiful, but hell is really well advertised. You wake to a flutter of parchment on the wind, some official decree posted on the manor gates, its Latin letters curling in the morning damp. Not that you can read it, but you know what it means. The Pope has spoken. And when the Pope speaks in the 1300s, kingdoms tremble. That's right. We're not talking about a kindly priest or a scholarly bishop here. The Pope is a power player on the world stage. More than a spiritual leader, he's a political juggernaut, the medieval equivalent of a monarch who just so happens to claim authority from the highest office imaginable God. And today, you overhear a traveling merchant grumbling about a papal bull, one of those heavy-hitting church documents sealed with lead. Apparently, it's telling local nobles what they can or can't do with their land. The merchant spits in the dirt. That man's never even seen this valley, he says. But his word is law. Because the Pope's reach goes beyond Rome, beyond Italy. His influence stretches across Christendom. If you live in Europe in the 1300s, you're under his spiritual and sometimes legal jurisdiction. Popes can excommunicate, kings sanction wars, raise armies, and broker peace treaties. They wear white, sure, but their fingers are deep in the mud of real-world politics. Remember that scene you heard about as a kid? The one where Emperor Henry IV stood barefoot in the snow for 3 days outside the Pope's castle begging to be forgiven. That wasn't just legend. That actually happened. Pope Gregory VII made him wait, humiliating the most powerful ruler in Europe just to prove a point. Divine authority, royal ego. Historians still argue whether this event was a spiritual victory or just elite-level power theater. Either way, it sent a clear message across the Pope, and you might just find yourself spiritually locked out and politically isolated. It's called the papal monarchy because that's exactly what it is. By the 1300s, the Pope commands a massive bureaucracy. He has secretaries, accountants, lawyers, spies. He collects taxes. Yes, the Peter's pence goes straight to Rome. He issues edicts that influence the lives of millions who will never see his face. And above all, he answers to no one on earth. Except, well, sometimes another pope. That's right, strap in, because this century gets messy. Around 1309, the papacy moves out of Rome. The pope relocates to Avignon in southern France. It's supposed to be temporary. It lasts almost 70 years. People start calling it the Babylonian captivity of the church, as if the entire institution has been dragged off in chains. And it gets weirder. Eventually, a second pope is elected back in Rome. Now, there are two men claiming to be the true pope. Both excommunicate each other. Both have followers. This isn't a theological debate. It's a full-blown papal schism. You hear whispers about it from a passing friar. He says he once attended Mass in a town where the congregation actually voted on which pope they were following, like choosing your favorite tavern. Avignon or Rome, the friar asked. Which pope are you pledging your soul to today? Even the clergy are confused. Parish priests get orders from both popes, sometimes contradictory. One declares a fast, the other a feast. You can imagine how that plays out. Spoiler: people eat and feel guilty about it. And then, in true medieval fashion, a third pope is elected to solve the problem. Surprise! It just makes everything worse. Now you've got three rival popes slinging spiritual mud at each other, all claiming divine authority. It's like a really bad season of church idol. Eventually, a church council settles the matter, kind of, but the damage is done. People start to wonder if even the Pope can be wrong or outvoted. How solid is that divine hotline? But let's zoom out. Despite the chaos, the papacy is still incredibly powerful. The Pope can still launch a crusade, more on that later. He can issue interdicts, closing churches across entire regions as a form of punishment. Imagine your village's church, boarded up, no mass, no sacraments, no burials. It's spiritual lockdown. All because your local lord got on the Pope's bad side. And the Pope's not above flexing wealth either. In Avignon, the papal palace is a fortress of luxury towering walls, gilded chapels, banquets that would make kings blush. There are whispers of corruption, of simony, selling church offices for cash. Some clerics live more lavishly than royalty, and people start to notice. A fringe fact. Some popes at this time are also military commanders. Pope Boniface VIII, for example, once wore full armor and claimed he could command kings like dogs. Subtle, right? You wonder what it must be like to wield that much power, to speak and have continents react, to write a single letter and change the fate of a nation. But then you remember, even popes die. And when they do, the church gets quiet. Black-robed cardinals meet behind closed doors. The smoke rises black, and finally white. A new pope, a new chapter. And every time it happens, the world holds its breath. Tonight, as you huddle under your blanket, you picture that white smoke curling into the sky over distant cathedrals. Somewhere far from your little village, in candlelit halls and velvet-lined chambers, decisions are being made that will echo down to your wooden doorstep. And you have no say in them. None. But you pray for the Pope anyway. Because even if he's just a man, flawed political, maybe even corrupt, he's still the vicar of Christ. And if he ever shows up in your town, you'd kneel in the mud without hesitation. Because that's what power looks like in the 1300s. A man in a golden robe who can damn kings, forgive killers, and claim he's doing it all with divine backing. You wake to the clang of metal and the shuffle of boots. A procession is moving through your village, and this time it's not a feast day or a visiting bishop. It's a preacher, flanked by banner bearers and armored men on horseback, calling for something bigger than penance or tithes. He's calling for war. Not just any war, a holy war, a crusade. The preacher's voice is sharp and thrilling, his arms raised as he shouts about lost cities, desecrated churches, and the enemy of Christendom lurking beyond the horizon. He says salvation lies not just in confession, but in the sword. That every man who joins the cause and dies with faith in his heart will be granted eternal life, no questions asked. That's quite the offer. Eternal reward in exchange for risking your life in foreign lands. It almost sounds like a travel brochure with blood. And this, dear listener, is where the church takes a hard pivot from soul-saving to sword-waving. By the 1300s, the age of the Crusades is starting to fade, but not vanish. There were already several great waves of holy wars, starting back in 1095, when Pope Urban II rallied knights and peasants alike to take back the Holy Land. That rallying cry echoes for generations. And even in your sleepy village, hundreds of miles from Jerusalem, it still stirs hearts and fear. You watch the preacher pass his red cross stitched onto his robe, a symbol burned into your memory. The crux worn over armor or stitched into tunics is more than decoration. It marks you as a soldier of Christ. a walking contradiction, part pilgrim, part killer. Historians still argue whether these crusades were driven more by religious passion or political opportunism. Probably both. Popes promised full remission of sins to anyone who fought in these campaigns. That's not just a perk, it's a spiritual clean slate, a guaranteed bypass around purgatory. You could have been the worst sinner in town, and if you died on crusade, boom, straight to heaven. So it wasn't just knights who signed up. Peasants joined too. Smiths, bakers, tailors, whole families even. Some children tried to crusade. Yes, children. There was a moment when thousands of kids reportedly marched south, convinced God would part the seas for them. Spoiler: he didn't. Most disappeared, died, or were sold into slavery. A tragic, haunting reminder of how deeply people believed. Back in your village, the idea of crusading still carries weight, even if the original campaigns have ended or failed. You've heard rumors of more local targets, now heretical groups in Europe, Muslim communities in Spain, pagans in the Baltic. The church just rebrands the crusade as needed. Holy war isn't gone. It's just gotten a bit closer to home. You meet a man named Godfrey, a former crusader who limps through town with a faded red cross on his cloak and a missing ear. He fought in what he calls the last good campaign, though you're not sure what that means. He speaks in strange dialects, carries a curved dagger from the east, and has eyes that don't quite settle on anything. You ask him if he found salvation. He laughs once, then says, "I found sand and blood," and a priest who said it was all blessed. Godfrey tells stories at the Tavern of Burning City's relics that shone in moonlight and mosques turned into chapels. He says one pope promised that a knight's soul could be purified just by touching Jerusalem's gate. Others claim miracles happened on the battlefield, visions of saints' angels guiding arrows, rivers parting. Are they true? Who knows? But they kept people marching. And those who returned, they were treated like heroes. Or at least that was the promise. Some came home rich. Others came home broken. Many didn't come home at all. The church buried them in holy ground marked with a sword or a cross and sang their names as martyrs. A fringe tidbit: some crusaders returned with unusual pets. Monkeys, peacocks, even leashed cheetahs. They didn't always survive the northern climate, but for a while it made your average rooster look pretty unimpressive. The political side of the Crusades. Oh, it's juicy. Kings used them to gain land claim titles or get rid of troublesome nobles. Even the Pope used them to flex authority, granting official blessing only to campaigns he approved. Want your war to count as holy? Better get Rome's stamp of approval. But for most people like you, the crusade isn't about land or glory. It's about fear. You're told that enemies of Christ are everywhere, that they threaten your soul, your children, your future, that it's your duty, even as a farmer, to support the cause. Maybe by giving grain, or by offering a son, or by simply praying every night for victory. The church weaves this narrative perfectly. The enemy isn't just a person, it's a cosmic force. Darkness, chaos, blasphemy. And only the church can lead the fight. You look again at the crusade preacher, now speaking with a local lord. There's talk of recruitment, of land grants, of divine favor. You think of your friend Thomas, young and strong, who's been restless lately. You suspect he'll sign up. You also suspect you'll never see him again. That night, you sit by the hearth and picture lands you'll never visit: deserts, castles, shimmering cities on hills, places that have been fought over in the name of faith again and again. places that were once called holy and are now just haunted. You say a quiet prayer for the men marching under the Red Cross, for their safety maybe, for their souls definitely, and for your own heart, because part of you wonders if war can really be sacred, or if it's just another way the church convinces people to bleed for something they'll never fully understand. But you won't ask that aloud. Not here. Not now. By mid-morning, the smell of malt and yeast rolls in from the hillside, where stone buildings peek through the fog like giant beehives. You follow the scent up a winding trail until you reach the gates of a monastery, one of those quiet places that somehow buzzes with activity. Bells ring, robes flutter, birds perch on tiled rooftops. Inside, monks move like clockwork silent calm, and probably better fed than you. You're not here to join. You're here because this monastery brews some of the best ale in 3 counties. And yes, you heard that right. The same monks who copy scriptures and chant psalms are also brewing beer, aging cheese, and distilling herbal tonics that, if you squint, almost taste like candy. Welcome to the delightfully strange dual life of the medieval monastic world. Monks, especially Benedictines and Cistercians, aren't just holy men. They're economic powerhouses. Each monastery is like a mini city with gardens, workshops, barns, libraries, and breweries. And since they don't have families or private property, everything they create goes back into the community, or let's be honest, into the church's ever-expanding storage vault. You peek into the brew house. A monk named Brother Petrus is stirring a thick, bubbling vat with a wooden paddle. He gives you a nod, but keeps his vow of silence. His ale isn't just delicious, it's strong enough to knock your boots off. And it's brewed according to recipes recorded in Latin, protected like treasure, and passed down through generations. You've heard rumors that some of these ancient brewing secrets came from alchemists or even Roman scrolls tucked away in the monastery's library. Historians still argue whether these recipes were innovations or stolen from older pagan traditions, then wrapped in a layer of Christian ritual. Either way, it's hard to deny monks make great beer. But they don't just brew. You walk past a scriptorium where quills scratch across parchment with hypnotic rhythm. Inside, robed figures copy Bible sermons and even classical texts, Aristotle, Cicero, Galen. Sometimes they correct them with church doctrine, sometimes not. The margins are decorated with illuminated vines, gold leaf halos, and occasionally weird little doodles of rabbits jousting or snails attacking knights. You assume those were done during particularly boring scripture recitals. That's the thing about monasteries. They're centers of learning. You might think of them as slow, sleepy places. But in a century where most people don't even own shoes, these stone sanctuaries are preserving knowledge, experimenting with farming, and quietly amassing wealth. The church doesn't just save souls, it saves scrolls. And if you get sick, the monastery's infirmary is your best bet. They've got herbal remedies, poultices, leeches, dalu, and occasionally some ancient Greek theories about bodily humors. One monk, Brother Audric, swears that chewing yarrow leaves under a waxing moon cures fever. You're not sold, but it's better than nothing. You notice monks don't speak much. That's not just preference, it's policy. Silence is considered virtuous. Many monasteries have rules limiting speech to certain hours or emergencies. Communication happens through hand signs, bowed heads, and occasionally dramatic eyebrow movements. You once saw a novice monk convey an entire shopping list using nothing but 2 fingers and a raised brow. Impressive. But don't mistake all this quiet for weakness. Monasteries are rich. land rich. Some own forests, fields, even whole villages, and they don't pay taxes. The local lord might have to fund a war or host the king, but the monastery, tax-free and spiritually bulletproof. That wealth isn't hidden either. Step into the chapel, and you're greeted with gold candlesticks, imported silk altar cloths, and reliquaries studded with gemstones. One contains what's claimed to be a finger bone from St. Cecilia. You can't prove it isn't, and honestly, no one wants to. Relics bring pilgrims. Pilgrims bring money. Money builds more chapels. It's a holy economy. A fringe tidbit: some monasteries even keep pet cats officially to guard manuscripts from mice. Unofficially, they're beloved mascots and occasionally appear in the margins of manuscripts with glowing eyes and suspiciously smug expressions. Despite all this opulence, monastic life isn't exactly cushy. The daily schedule is grueling. Wake at 2 a.m. for the first prayers, followed by work. More prayers, silent meals, more work, and then you guessed it, more prayers. They eat simply, sleep on wooden pallets, and often wear the same itchy wool robes for weeks. Some orders even ban bathing. You make a note to avoid the Cistercian guest rooms. Yet people envy them. Why? Because monks are spiritually safe. They've given up worldly temptation, devoted themselves entirely to God, and live inside stone walls that practically hum with holiness. In a world where death is always 3 steps away, that kind of certainty is priceless. Still, monastic life isn't immune to drama. You overhear whispers about a monk who secretly kept a squirrel as a pet against the rules. Or the time the abbot caught novices sneaking leftover cheese into their beds. Scandalous. But once in a while, the stakes are higher. Some monasteries get caught in political conflicts or accused of hoarding wealth while the poor starve. A few even end up excommunicated. Yes, even monks can get kicked out of God's club. You leave the monastery with a small jug of ale and a handful of herbs. Brother Audric swears will help with your back pain. You're not sure if it's the lavender or the placebo effect, but you feel better already. As you head back to the village, you glance over your shoulder at the stone buildings silhouetted against the afternoon sun. Within those walls, men are praying, brewing healing, and preserving fragments of a civilization teetering between chaos and order. They live in silence, but their influence speaks volumes. And tonight, as you sip the strong, peppery brew and watch the stars emerge, you realize something: the church's power isn't always loud. Sometimes it's silent, patient, fermented slowly, like ale in a cool cellar. You smile and raise your cup not in cheers, but in quiet awe for the men who turned solitude into strength, prayer into knowledge, and barley into something dangerously delicious. The village is quieter than usual today. Not the peaceful kind of quiet, more like the tight, breath-holding kind. You hear it in the hush of the market, in the way shutters creak, closed faster than normal, in how Father Oswin doesn't make eye contact as he hurries past with his robes flapping like frightened wings. Because last night someone whispered something they shouldn't have. And this morning, the Inquisition arrived. That word, Inquisition, has a weight to it. You've heard it before, passed from ear to ear like a hot coal. Sometimes it means a robed stranger shows up and asks a few questions. Other times it means someone vanishes. No one really knows who they are, not exactly. But everyone knows what they do. They find heretics. And if you're thinking, oh, I'm not a heretic, think again. Heresy in the 1300s isn't just believing something wild. It's anything the church says is off limits. Question a saint's miracle. Heresy. Say prayers in the wrong language. Heresy. Think maybe God doesn't hate the same people your priest does. Definitely heresy. Historians still argue whether the Inquisition was genuinely meant to protect the purity of faith, or if it was more about control like spiritual quality control with a very sharp edge. The truth probably lies somewhere in the middle. But here's what you know. When the Inquisition comes to town, you shut your mouth, straighten your posture, and double check that you haven't accidentally sinned in your sleep. You sneak a look toward the edge of the village, where two dark-robed men speak quietly with the Reeve and Father Oswin. One holds a small book, the other a satchel that's rumored to hold wax seals, confession parchments, and possibly a very small pair of tongs. You're not sure if the last bit is true, but no one wants to find out. These inquisitors aren't like the fire and brimstone preachers. They're quiet, calm, polite even. And that's the scary part. They don't yell, they ask, gently. And when they do, you find yourself confessing things you didn't even realize you'd done. They begin by setting up in the chapel. They invite anyone to come forward with questions or suspicions. That's the trick. You're not always the one being questioned. Sometimes you're the one doing the accusing. And that changes things. Because everyone has a neighbor who said something strange once, a cousin who skipped mass, a baker who muttered about saints being just stories. In a world where the line between curiosity and blasphemy is razor thin, anyone could be next. Today, it's old Marta. She's harmless, or was. Midwife, herbalist, cranky as a mule, but kind to children. You've seen her cure coughs with honey and thistles. You've also seen her draw protective symbols in the dirt, mutter prayers that aren't quite Latin, and keep a crow as a pet. This morning someone tells the inquisitors that Marta said confession was a waste of breath. She says the saints don't listen, that maybe God is in the trees, not in the church. She never said it loudly, but she said it, and now it's too late. You watch as she's brought into the chapel. No chains, no flames yet, just words. The inquisitor asks softly, "Do you believe all that the church teaches?" Marta hesitates. You can't hear her answer, but the inquisitor nods slowly, then gestures to Oswin. That's how it begins. Quiet, measured. And still, you can't look away. There's a reason inquisitions are so feared. They don't just target ideas. They unravel trust. The church creates a world where salvation is essential, and then threatens to withhold it unless you agree with everything, absolutely everything. And yet there are rules. The Inquisition keeps records. They give you a chance to recant. They rarely burn people on day one. That only happens if you persist, if you refuse to repent, if your ideas are too dangerous, too stubborn, too inconvenient. A fringe tidbit. The phrase auto da fe, act of faith, becomes a formal event, a public ceremony where heretics are paraded, judged, and sometimes burned, but only after confession, only after mercy has been offered. It's theater, brutal holy theater. By evening, Marta is gone, not executed, just taken away. Maybe to another town, maybe to a cell, maybe to be re-educated, whatever that means. No one knows. No one asks. Oswin looks pale. The inquisitors pack their things, and just like that, they leave. But they've done what they came to do. Not just find heretics. They've reminded everyone that the church is always watching. That faith is not just a belief, but an alignment. That questioning, even privately, is a risk. That night, the village is even quieter than before. You sit by your hearth, replaying every word you've ever said aloud. Did you ever question a saint's story? Laugh at a strange miracle. Criticize indulgences when you thought no one was listening. You promise yourself you'll be more careful. Because you don't have to be guilty to be accused. You just have to be overheard. And the church. The church has ears everywhere. The harvest is in full swing. You're up before sunrise, your fingers raw from tying bundles of wheat, and your back already aching from yesterday's hauling. The village is alive, with rustling fields and stomping boots, and yet there's a strange tension beneath the bustle. Not because of the work everyone's used to that. It's because everyone knows that once again, the church gets its cut. You glance at your modest piles of barley stacked neatly near the edge of the road. You've kept the best bundles separate, not for yourself, not even for your landlord. No, those are for the church. Welcome to the wonderful world of tithes. In the 1300s, every Christian is expected to give 1/10 of their produce income, or livestock, to the church. That's not a suggested donation. That's a requirement. And it's not like you get a receipt or a thank you card. You drop off your share grain eggs, wool honey, whatever you've managed to scrape together, and hope the clerk at the tithe barn doesn't frown too hard at the quality. And there's a whole barn for it. The tithe barn, a looming wooden structure near the chapel, has thick walls, high beams, and is often better maintained than your own home. Inside, it smells like a mix of hay, beeswax, and resentment. The local priest doesn't run it. A church-appointed tithe collector does, and that person is either the most popular or most despised soul in town, depending on how lenient they are. Historians still argue whether the tithe system was originally created for fairness supporting clergy and helping the poor, or if it evolved into an unstoppable tax machine. The church says it uses the tithe to fund spiritual needs, help the needy, and maintain holy spaces. And sure, sometimes it does. Other times that wheat feeds monks who dine better than half the nobles in the shire. You see old Tom, hunched and grumbling, dragging a piglet up the road. He lost 2 others to wolves last week, but rules are rules. 1 in 10. Doesn't matter if you're starving. The church wants its portion. To be fair, it's not just the church demanding things. You also owe rent to your lord labor, to the manor, maybe a tax to the king if he's feeling extra crusady this year. But what stings about the tithe is this: it's spiritual. If you don't pay, you're not just breaking the law, you're sinning. And that makes it harder to grumble, at least out loud. Still, people find creative ways to cheat. You've seen villagers hide bundles under haystacks, claim a lamb was stillborn when it wasn't, or accidentally mix lower quality grain into the tithe pile. Risky business, that. If caught, not only do you pay double, you might get excommunicated over a bucket of oats. But the church doesn't just take. It invests. Land is the key to power in this century. And guess who owns a terrifying amount of it? Yep, Mother Church. Some regions estimate nearly 1/3 to half of the arable land is in church hands. Monasteries, abbeys, cathedrals. They don't just sit pretty. They grow harvest rent and profit. Some abbots are more like CEOs. They manage estates, negotiate with nobles, and send letters sealed with wax to argue over cattle prices. You even hear about a bishop who hired a private militia to enforce his harvest rights during a drought. Holy war. More like holy grain raid, a fringe tidbit. In some dioceses, landowners tried to tithe using bees, like actual swarms of bees as payment. One bishop refused, fearing it would disrupt the divine order. Another accepted and started a honey export business. You walk past the manor, where the local lord is also grumbling quietly. Even he pays tithes. The church doesn't care about rank, it cares about return. Lords, peasants, knights, merchants all pay their due. And unlike royal taxes, church dues don't vanish into wars or drunken banquets. They're visible. You see the new altar, the fat candles, the priest's new boots, all glowing with tithe shine. But where it really stings is during bad years. Like that year, the river flooded, crops failed, chickens drowned. People were boiling bark to survive. And still the tithe collector came around. 1/10 of nothing is still something, he said with a shrug. That phrase has haunted you ever since. It's in those moments you feel the church's power most. Not when they're preaching, not when they're praying, but when they're counting. And yet the strange part is, you still show up for Mass, still sing hymns, still hope the priest will bless your field. Because deep down you believe, or want to believe, that paying your tithe buys not just the priest's favor, but God's. You pass by the chapel, where a few sacks of grain are stacked under the eaves. They've been gifted by someone extra pious or extra guilty. You can't tell. Father Oswin is sweeping the steps humming. His voice is soft, but his gaze is sharp. He sees everything, including what you didn't tithe last month. You decide you'll be more careful this season, maybe give a little extra, just in case. As the stars emerge and the air cools, you lie awake staring at the rafters above. You start doing the math in your head, how many chickens, how many sacks, how many eggs you can spare without ruining the winter stockpile. Because in this world, sin isn't just about lust or lies, it's also about math. 1 in 10. Always 1 in 10. Or else. Your feet ache. Your back screams. Your shoes, what's left of them, gave up somewhere near the last ridge. And yet you keep walking. Because this is no ordinary trip. This is a pilgrimage. Everyone talks about it like it's a spiritual vacation. But let's be honest, it's mostly mud blisters and holy peer pressure. Still, you signed up, didn't you? Somewhere deep down, you believe the rumors that walking to a holy site might heal your body, cleanse your soul, or at least make God like you a little more. And so you left. Packed some bread, a water skin, and your cousin's old cloak. You joined a group of travelers heading east, following a relic rumored to grant visions and minor miracles. Plus, there's talk of a chicken that lays eggs in the shape of crosses. You're skeptical, but also curious. That's the magic of pilgrimage. It's half religious ritual, half medieval road trip with a dash of supernatural scavenger hunt. The church encourages it, of course. Pilgrimage is a form of penance, a sacrament-adjacent gesture of devotion that earns you spiritual points. It's not required, but let's just say it looks very good on your heavenly resume. And the more dangerous the route, the better. Some pilgrims travel hundreds of miles barefoot. Others drag crosses behind them. You once heard of a man who whipped himself the entire way to Santiago de Compostela. The saints apparently love theatrics. Historians still argue whether most pilgrims were truly devout or just desperate for change. Maybe both. Some go to heal. Some go to run away. Some just want to see something besides wheat fields and taxes. But no matter the motive, the journey itself becomes the ritual. You pass a makeshift roadside shrine, a little niche carved into a rock, holding a faded statue of Saint Gertrude. Someone's left a crust of bread beside it. You do the same. It's tradition. And besides, you could use the saint's blessing. Your knee hasn't stopped throbbing since Tuesday. Pilgrimage routes are the original highways of Europe. Places like Canterbury, Cologne, and Rome attract thousands every year. The roads are lined with inns, taverns, healing wells, and of course, people trying to sell you fake relics. That feather, from the Archangel Gabriel, definitely a chicken's, but you still bought it, just in case. You walk with merchants, beggars, widows, knights. Everyone is equal on the road, more or less. You share firewood, sing hymns, swap stories. Like the tale of the farmer who carried a donkey all the way to Rome as an act of humility, or the woman who walked 500 miles on her knees and got blisters shaped like crosses. Are these stories true? Doesn't matter. You tell them anyway. There's a kind of magic in the uncertainty. Every bend in the road might reveal a new chapel, a miracle spring, or a traveling friar handing out indulgences like candy. One evening, you stumble upon a candlelit mass in the woods, performed by monks who speak in almost whispers. The air feels thick, the stars brighter than usual. For a moment, you actually feel it connection, awe, the thin place between earth and heaven. But then your stomach growls and someone snores next to you, and just like that, the holy moment evaporates into cold night air. A fringe tidbit. Some pilgrims wear badges, little tin emblems shaped like shell saints, or even miniature martyrs. They pin them to cloaks or hats like medieval flair, proving where they've been. Collect enough, and you look like a walking scrapbook of salvation. The church loves this stuff. Pilgrimages bring in money. Big cathedrals along the routes build extra chapels, hire relic polishers, and train guides to recite stories of miraculous toenails and incorruptible bodies. You once paid a penny to see St. Leopold's hand still pink and soft, centuries after his death. Or so they claimed. Some churches claim their relics weep glow, or even bleed. One shrine in France supposedly has a piece of the true cross that grows longer every year. Convenient. You keep your doubts quiet. Faith, after all, often requires a generous suspension of disbelief. You reach your destination on the 12th day, a monastery built around the relic of St. Audwin's sandal. The place smells of beeswax moss and ambition. Pilgrims line up to touch the reliquary, whispering prayers, some sobbing. You join them kneeling before a golden box containing a single shriveled scrap of leather. The monk beside you insists it once cured a man of gout and guilt. You place your hand on the box. You don't feel lightning or visions or even tingles. But maybe your knee hurts less. Maybe your chest feels lighter. Maybe this was worth it. Historians still debate whether relics held real power or just symbolic weight. But to you, standing barefoot on cold stone after days of pain and prayer, it doesn't matter. You've done something. Gone somewhere. You've walked through dirt, hunger, temptation, and blisters, and come out the other side. Changed. You buy a small tin badge shaped like a foot and pin it to your cloak. It clinks as you walk. A holy souvenir. On the way home, the journey is quieter. You pass other pilgrims headed in the opposite direction. You nod. You've joined an unofficial club, now a league of wanderers, seeking forgiveness, healing, or maybe just a story worth telling. And when you finally stumble back into your village, sunburnt and slightly holier people gather to hear your tales, you don't brag. You just say, it was long. And I'm different now. Because in the 1300s, the road to holiness isn't just paved in prayers. It's walked painfully one footstep at a time. You're back in the village now, home from your pilgrimage with sore feet, and a tin badge that rattles like a cowbell when you walk. But something else sticks with you, not the ache in your legs or even the memory of that crusty old sandal. It's the way people reacted to relics. The awe, the trembling, the wild stories. You can't stop thinking about it. So you do what any curious soul might do. In the 1300s, you go to look at your own village's relic. It's housed in a locked silver box beneath the altar in Father Oswin's church. Once a month, he opens it for public viewing. Today's the day. You join the line of villagers snaking through the nave, everyone clutching rosaries and whispering prayers. One woman's brought her newborn to be breathed on by the holy aura. Another man holds a chicken, hoping for divine fertility. You didn't even know chickens had those kinds of prayers. At last, you reach the front. Oswin lifts the lid with great ceremony, revealing drum roll. Please, a yellowed sliver of bone, possibly a knuckle, allegedly from St. Bertwald, the stubborn who once preached to a bear and wasn't mauled. Miracle maybe, smart bear, probably. People gasp, cross themselves, drop coins into the offering plate. You do too, though part of you wonders, how do we know it's his bone? And the answer is, we don't. Not really. Relics come in three categories. First-class relics are bits of saints themselves. Bones, teeth, blood, or hair. Second-class relics are things they touched or wore, a sandal, a belt, maybe a scribbled note. Third-class relics are things that touched a first-class relic. That's right, holiness by association. The church treats these items like spiritual batteries. Touch them, and maybe you'll be healed. Pray near them, and your words carry more weight. Place them under a dying person's pillow, and maybe their soul travels business class to heaven. Historians still argue whether relics actually offered comfort or if they were just tools of manipulation. But let's be real, when you're sick, poor, and terrified of death, even a dusty bone in a golden box starts to look like a lifeline. And some relics are famous. You've heard of the holy foreskin. Yes, that was the thing, the Virgin Mary's veiled drops of Christ's blood, and enough pieces of the true cross to build a small chapel. Which, ironically, someone probably did. A fringe tidbit. In the 1300s, relic theft is an actual crime category. Stealing someone's saint part is called pious theft, and it happens a lot. Monks from one town sneak into another and liberate a relic to bring blessings back home. Naturally, the saints are said to choose where they want to be. So if your finger bone disappears overnight, well, maybe Saint Mildred just prefers warmer weather. Pilgrimages revolve around relics. Monasteries guard them like dragon gold. Entire cities build cathedrals just to house one toe. You hear that Cologne has the bones of the three wise men, and when the relics arrived, they celebrated with a year-long party. Meanwhile, back in your village, Bertwald's knuckle gets a modest Tuesday unveiling and a single candle. Still, the power of relics isn't always measured in spectacle. It's in belief, in desperation. You remember the woman crying at the foot of the altar today, whispering to the bone as if it could speak back. She's not insane. She's hopeful, and hope is often louder than reason. But the church doesn't just stop at relics, it wraps them in pageantry. They're paraded through towns during droughts or plagues. They're carried onto battlefields to inspire troops. They're kissed, sung to, perfumed, even dressed in tiny robes. If someone did that today, you'd call it strange. Back then, it's Tuesday. And here's where things get tricky. The line between relic and fake relic is razor thin. There's no DNA test, no certificates of authenticity. Just a long chain of Father so-and-so said it came from monk, This and that, who got it from Rome. Most people don't ask questions. It's not about proof, it's about presence. But you're starting to wonder. You overheard something once, a traveling friar after too much wine, saying that half the relics in Europe are just animal bones or clever fakes. I saw a tooth of St. Peter once, he said, but it had a hole like it belonged to a pig. He laughed. No one else did. Even Father Oswin has his doubts, though he'd never admit it openly. You once asked him if Bertwald's relic had been tested, meaning, of course, whatever test existed in a time without microscopes or forensics. He simply said, faith doesn't require evidence, just reverence. You nodded, but part of you thought that sounded suspiciously convenient. Still, you keep showing up, because something does feel different when the relic is out. The room gets quieter. The air feels heavier. Maybe that's incense. Maybe it's guilt. Or maybe something sacred really does linger in that sliver of bone. As night falls, you hear rumors of a relic caravan passing through the next village. Supposedly, they're carrying a vial of Christ's tears. Or maybe it's St. Cecilia's tear. Or St. Lawrence's. Honestly, it's a very weepy group. But the whole town's buzzing about it. You consider going. Not because you believe it's real necessarily, but because being near it might still mean something. And maybe that's the secret. Relics don't have to be real to work. They just have to make people believe, to give hope, to distract from pain, to give the church something physical to wave in front of the masses and say, look, God is close, tangible, touchable. Even if it's really just a bit of cow bone in a very shiny box. You lie awake tonight, wondering if someone found your bones centuries from now. Would they keep one in a silver reliquary? Would someone kneel in front of it, whispering prayers, hoping for a miracle? You laugh at the thought, but who knows? Stranger things have ended up in golden boxes. The sun creeps over the hills, golden light spilling across the rooftops, and you squint at something tall, taller than any tree in your village. It reaches toward the sky, with pointed arches, ribbed towers, and stone figures locked in silent scream poses. You've seen churches before, sure, but this is a cathedral. And it's like walking into a prayer carved from mountains. You've come to help haul stones today. That's right, help. Cathedrals don't build themselves. And in the 1300s, they take decades, sometimes centuries, to finish. You've heard stories of men working on the same cathedral their entire lives and dying before the spire ever touched the clouds. Generations all adding their brick to the divine jigsaw puzzle. The structure before you seems alive. Gargoyles sneer from ledges. Windows glint like kaleidoscopic eyes. And everywhere you look, stone bends and curves in ways that make no sense. How is it standing? How does it not collapse? The answer is faith. And also flying buttresses, which are these strange arms of stone that reach out from the walls like support crutches for a structure trying to leap upward. And why up? Because higher is closer to heaven. Makes sense, right? Cathedrals are theological skyscrapers. They scream to the world, we are important. God is here. Also check out these incredibly expensive windows. And expensive they are. Historians still argue whether cathedral construction was more about glorifying God or flexing civic pride. You think it's both. Sure, it's devotion, but it's also the town's Instagram profile. The bigger the cathedral, the holier and richer the town looks. You build it not just for worship, but for wow. Inside, the air smells like incense and old stone. Light filters through stained glass windows, telling stories in color saints bleeding artistically, dragons being stabbed, angels doing vaguely acrobatic poses. For a mostly illiterate population, this is the gospel in pictures. You can't read Latin, but you understand what it means when Saint Sebastian gets filled with arrows again and again, poor guy. You help stack stones for a wall today, your arms aching with every lift. Master builders shout orders, apprentices run around with buckets of mortar, and somewhere above someone is balancing dangerously on a scaffold, carving the robes of a statue no one at ground level will ever see. Why so much effort on a part no one notices? Because God notices. And that's the point. A fringe tidbit. Some cathedrals hide tiny Easter eggs carved into corners, like stonemason selfies. A little face tucked into a pillar, or a monk flashing what can only be described as a medieval moon. What even divine construction sites need comic relief. You hear a rumor that a new bell is arriving soon, bronze, massive, and blessed by a bishop. When it rings, people miles away will stop mid-step and cross themselves. That's the kind of sound a cathedral makes, not just noise, but reverence and vibration. Every part of this building is symbolic. The cross-shaped floor plan, the raised altar, the vaulted ceilings meant to pull your eyes upward, your heart with them. Even the echoing acoustics are designed to humble you. One whispered prayer can seem to roll for miles. And guess what funds all this? Your tithes, pilgrimage donations, special indulgence sales. Sometimes the church sells plots in the cathedral floor for burials. Yes, you can pay to spend eternity under the priest's feet. Prime real estate. Occasionally, nobles donate stained glass or an entire side chapel in hopes that the saints or the gossiping townsfolk will remember their names forever. Spiritual PR at its finest. And when the bishop comes to visit, it's a spectacle. Robes trailing incense, swinging choirs booming. People cheer like it's a tournament, but the joust is between heaven and hell. And the referee wears a mitre. Cathedrals aren't just places of worship. They're event venues. They host coronations, weddings, funerals, debates, mystery plays, and even occasionally trials. You once saw a donkey brought inside to settle a land dispute. It didn't go well. But the strangest thing, these towering buildings, symbols of order, grace, divine perfection, are constantly unfinished. There's always scaffolding somewhere, always dust in the corners. You meet a mason named Elric, who's worked here for 20 years. He shrugs and says, "By the time we finish the south tower, the north one will need repairs." God's work is never done. He hands you a chisel. Just for a moment, you pretend you're one of them stone shapers of the sacred. And here's something you didn't expect. Despite all the grandeur, the work is intensely human. Dirt under fingernails, bruised thumbs, whispered jokes behind pillars. The divine is built on the backs of very mortal people with very sore backs. You pause near the entrance and look up, really up. The arch stretches impossibly high, as if it's trying to reach somewhere your eyes can't follow. You feel small, but in the best way, like you've stepped inside a prayer. As you head home, clothes dusted in mortar and knees aching, you pass a few kids playing cathedral, stacking stones, and chanting in Latinish gibberish. One uses a potato as a bishop's hat. You smile, because even though they don't understand the architecture or the theology, they know something important happens there. Something big, something sacred, something worth building for 137 years. And tonight, as you stretch your arms and wipe your face clean, you picture the rising spire inching closer to the clouds every day. It may not be finished in your lifetime, but someday someone will walk through its doors and feel what you felt today awe. The wind smells wrong, heavy, damp, like turned earth and wet wool and something else, something sour. You wake to the sound of distant coughing and see your neighbor's shutters close tight even though it's a market day. There's a strange quiet over the village, the kind that creeps under your skin and whispers something's coming. And something is. Something terrible. The Black Death. It hits like a hammer. No warning. No mercy. One day, your neighbor is feeding his goats. The next, he's dead, black blotches blooming across his skin like ink spilled from hell. Soon, it's not just one house. It's every house. People are collapsing in the street. Children vanish indoors and never reappear. The priest's hands shake during Mass. Even the birds seem quieter. The church, which once seemed unshakable, now trembles too. You remember when the first death came? Old Gerard, a fisherman, grew feverish, started vomiting, and within hours was gone. Oswin buried him quickly. No procession, no hymn, just a hurried whisper of scripture and a shallow grave. The next day, it was the miller's wife, then the tanner, then your cousin. People stopped going to church, not out of rebellion, but out of fear. The holy water font is dry. No one dares touch anything. Oswin still rings the bell, but he wears a cloth soaked in herbs over his face, and his sermons are shorter now, quieter. He doesn't speak of salvation. He speaks of punishment. The plague is seen by many as God's judgment, a divine scouring. Some say it's because of sin. Others blame the Jews falsely and horrifically. Others still say it's the stars, or the air, or demons crawling from the earth. Historians still argue whether the church truly believed the plague was a test from God, or whether they simply had no better answer and leaned into the fire and brimstone fallback. The truth is, nobody knows, not even the church. And that's a problem, because up until now, the church has been your answer to everything. Why did the cow die? Why didn't it rain? Why does your baby have a crooked foot? The church always had something to say, a story, to tell, a ritual to prescribe. But now, silence. You hear about priests fleeing cities, leaving their flocks behind. Entire monasteries vanish overnight. Even bishops lock themselves away in castles. The Pope in far-off Avignon surrounds himself with incense fires and walls of isolation. He survives, but barely. Thousands of his subjects do not. The graveyards fill fast. Too fast. You start stacking bodies in charnel houses, then in pits. Some are buried without names. Others without rites. The church tries to keep up, but there aren't enough priests to perform all the burials. The line to confession stretches down the lane, and even then some people die waiting. A fringe detail, desperate towns form flagellant groups, bands of people who march from village to village, whipping themselves in public. They believe that if they suffer enough, God will stop the plague. The church at first tolerates them, then panics. They're too popular, too uncontrollable. Eventually, Pope Clement VI condemns them. You see one group pass through your village. Dozens of shirtless men, blood on their backs, chanting Latin prayers in time with the lashes. Some villagers weep. Others turn away. But everyone watches. You think, is this what faith looks like now? And yet, the church doesn't completely collapse. People still crawl to the chapel, still pray, still light candles, and beg saints for mercy. Especially Saint Sebastian, who's suddenly everyone's favorite. Shot full of arrows and lives sounds like a survivor. His statue gets more kisses than anyone else's. Oswin even starts painting red dots on his robes. Plague warding, he says. It doesn't work, but it makes people feel safer. The church adapts in strange ways. Masses are shortened. Confessions are accepted in larger groups. Last rites are delivered in bulk, 5, 10, even 20 people at once. Desperate times call for, well, efficiency. And then one day it stops. No one knows why. The wind changes. The sick recover. The death carts vanish. You're left blinking in the sunlight, surrounded by empty homes and half-dug graves, wondering if it was all a nightmare. But the silence feels different now. Thinner. Oswin emerges from his quarters, pale and thinner. He buries the last of the dead, blesses the fields, and tries to sound like he believes the words. But something in his eyes has changed. He no longer preaches about divine certainty. Now he says things like, "We don't always understand God's will." You never heard him say that before. The church survives the Black Death, but it's not the same church. People begin to question, why didn't the sacraments protect us? Why did the innocent die? Why were prayers unanswered? Historians see the 1300s as a tipping point when the church's absolute grip begins to loosen just a little. The plague shook more than bodies. It shook faith. And yet people still build chapels, still kneel before relics, still light candles for lost loved ones. Because in the end, when death comes so close you can feel it breathing, you want to believe something is listening. You sit in the empty church one night, staring at the flickering light from a single candle. No choir, no crowd, just you, the silence, and the weight of everything lost. You whisper a prayer anyway, because even if the church has no answers, no miracles, no cures, no divine bailout, it still offers you something. And in a world like this, that's enough to keep hoping. You wake up coughing. Again. But this time, it's just from the smoky fire, not plague. You check your forehead, sniff your sleeve, and sigh in relief. Still alive. Still mostly healthy, which is more than you can say for half the village. But even now, even after the Black Death has come and gone like a storm with teeth, the people around you are clinging tighter to faith. Not because it helped them avoid death necessarily, but because, let's be honest, what else do they have? And when faith meets fear, it starts to get weird. Let's talk about saint superstition and strange cures, because in the 1300s, you're living in a world where religion and folk magic hold hands behind the altar. It starts small. Someone swears they saw St. Clare's statue blink during Mass. Another claims a crucifix wept actual tears the day the plague left. You try to smile politely, but honestly, a weeping statue sounds almost reasonable after the last few years. The line between miracle and myth is blurry, and the church often lets it blur. Take saints, for example. They're more than spiritual role models. They're medieval superheroes. Each one has a specialty. Saint Roch for plagues, Saint Apollonia for toothaches, Saint Elmo for sailors, Saint Dymphna if your mind's feeling a little scrambled. There's a saint for everything, including baking bees and oddly unattractive people. Shout out to Saint Drogo again. Villagers wear their favorite saint's image around their necks, paint their symbols on doors, and name their kids after them in hopes of extra protection. You've even heard of someone who made tiny bread loaves in the shape of St. Lawrence's grill. Tasteless, maybe, but effective. Who's to say the church promotes saintly devotion, yes, but also tries to rein it in when things get too intense? Because people are starting to worship saints instead of God, praying directly to them, making little home altars, talking to statues. Historians still argue whether this explosion of saint culture was genuine grassroots belief or cleverly encouraged by the church to keep people emotionally connected. Either way, the saints become a divine support system, personal, relatable, and sometimes delightfully odd. You hear about a woman in the next town who wears a dried frog around her neck to ward off fevers. Another one eats powdered brick from a ruined chapel wall. You're not sure what it's supposed to do, maybe fill in spiritual cracks. That's superstition for you. It thrives where knowledge is scarce and pain is abundant. The church preaches scripture, sure, but it also allows plenty of flexibility. If tying a ribbon to a saint statue keeps your baby from colic and no one complains, well, carry on. You even find yourself doing it. You say your prayers like you're supposed to, but you also hang a piece of red string above your door just in case. Father Oswin rolls his eyes, but doesn't stop you. He's seen worse. A fringe tidbit. In some places, people believed chickens could absorb sin or sickness. They'd place the chicken on a sick person's chest, say a prayer, then kill the bird. It's called transfer magic. Gross, absolutely. But again, options were limited. And then there are the strange cures. Monks and herbalists hand out remedies made from every plant root and mineral you can imagine. Nettles boiled with vinegar, ground up pearls mixed into wine. One woman suggests you rub a dead mole on your stomach to cure indigestion. You politely decline. Some of these remedies are passed down from Roman medical texts or learned from Muslim scholars, quietly of course, because admitting the best science came from outside Christendom would be awkward. Still, monasteries remain the go-to for medical help. They store books, cultivate medicinal gardens, and host infirmaries. But even monks get weird. Brother Audric has been promoting a new potion made from rose petals, lamb's blood, and ashes from a saint's candle stub. It smells like despair and goat, but people swear it works. And the church itself, sometimes it goes all in on the spectacle. Processions of barefoot penitents march through towns chanting to stop a local outbreak. Priests bless entire rivers. Relics are paraded through the streets to catch demons in their golden cases. You even hear rumors of a cathedral that rang its bells for 3 days straight to scare away sickness. You'd think after the plague people would be skeptical, but oddly it's the opposite. With death still fresh in everyone's memory, belief deepens even if it becomes stranger. People need something, anything, to make sense of the chaos, to fight off the feeling that the world has slipped beyond understanding. The church doesn't have all the answers, but it provides a ritual rhythm, a framework to hang all your fears on. And when that's not enough, superstition steps in with open arms and a bag of dried toads. One night, you pass a field where someone's placed a circle of bread loaves around a dying cow. No one touches them, not because it's forbidden, but because it's sacred, or cursed, or both. You mention it to Father Oswin. He sighs. Faith and foolishness often share a bed, he says, but sometimes foolishness keeps the monsters away. You think about that as you walk home, about the saints, the weeping statues, the red string over your door. You're not sure what's real anymore. But you do know this believing in something, even something strange, makes life feel a little less random, a little less cruel. So tonight, you kneel before the small cross in your home, say your usual prayers, then tuck a sprig of rosemary under your pillow. You heard it keeps fevers away, just in case. Because here in the 1300s, the line between holy and hokey isn't just thin, it's braided into your daily life. It's a damp morning, and you're sitting in the back of the church pretending to pay attention to the sermon. Father Oswin is droning about St. Augustine again, and your eyes are drifting toward the stained glass window depicting a man with a book and a halo. But today, instead of daydreaming about lunch or whether your boots are leaking something different slips into your thoughts. What if they're wrong? It's a quiet, dangerous question. The kind you don't say aloud. The kind that sticks like a splinter in your thoughts. And it's not just you. In the dusty corners of monasteries and lecture halls, other people are asking similar things. You've stumbled into one of the most fascinating undercurrents of the 1300s, the slow, awkward, and sometimes heretical dance between faith and reason. You hear about it first from a traveling scholar named Master Gervais. He shows up one spring, trailing a battered satchel and a cloud of pipe smoke, looking like he's allergic to silence. He's got opinions, big ones, and he shares them while hunched over the tavern fire with anyone who'll listen. Aristotle, he says, tapping his mug, understood the natural world better than half the bishops in Christendom. Someone gasps. You stare. Because Aristotle wasn't Christian. He lived centuries before Christ in a pagan world. And yet church scholars revere his work, quoting him in Latin building arguments about logic and motion and ethics based on his ancient ideas. Here's the weird part: the church both loves and fears him. On one hand, scholars use Aristotle to explain everything from the shape of the cosmos to the soul's nature. On the other hand, if Aristotle says something that contradicts Scripture, that's when the theological headaches begin. Enter the university's newly established centers of learning, many run by the church itself. Places like Paris and Bologna are filled with men in long robes, arguing for hours about whether angels can move through space or how many teeth a horse has. Spoiler: no one wants to open the horse's mouth to check, so they just guess. In these schools, students study theology and philosophy side by side. The church wants clergy who can debate heretics and defend doctrine with airtight logic. But this opens a door they're not ready to fully close. Because once you start asking how things work, you start wondering why they work. And once you ask why, well, suddenly the idea that everything happens solely because God wills it starts to feel a little flat. Historians still argue whether this tension was a ticking time bomb or a healthy evolution. Either way, the 1300s mark a moment where ideas start rubbing against each other, creating sparks. Take Thomas Aquinas, a Dominican friar who tries to marry Aristotle and Christian doctrine into one giant elegant brainchild. He argues that faith and reason aren't enemies, that they actually support each other. That truth, whether found in Scripture or logic, ultimately leads to God. It's brilliant, and also controversial. You ask Father Oswin about Aquinas expecting a frown. But he surprises you. We use his work in seminary, he says. Though some of it's ambitious. Ambitious, that's putting it lightly. Others aren't so gentle. Some church leaders worry that too much reason will unravel belief. That if people start questioning how the universe works, they'll stop accepting miracles, sacraments, or papal authority. Better to keep some mysteries. Mysterious. But the appetite for knowledge is growing. You hear about scholars experimenting with astronomy, observing stars and planets, and noting things that don't line up with church-approved models. One monk writes that the moon has mountains. He's told to revise it. The moon is supposed to be a perfect sphere, untouched by sin or shadow. Another fringe tidbit. A few daring minds suggest the Earth might not be the center of the universe, that it might be, brace yourself, moving. These are whispers, mind you. You don't publish those ideas. You hide them in footnotes and hope no one notices. Even medical students are poking at boundaries, dissecting animals, sometimes even humans. It's technically forbidden. But done in secret, it's one of the only ways to actually learn how bodies work. One student draws a picture of a lung and writes, "God made this." A neat theological sidestep. You can feel the shift. People are no longer satisfied with "because God said so." They want diagrams, proof, definitions, and yet they still pray, still believe, still light candles to Saint Apollonia when their teeth hurt. It's not a revolt, not yet. It's a tension. You picture a rope pulled tight between two poles, faith and reason. On one end, the priest with his Bible. On the other, the scholar with his ink-stained fingers. And in the middle, you trying to figure out if asking questions makes you sinful or simply curious. One evening, you find Oswin staring at a worn scroll. He looks tired. You ask what it is. A debate about the nature of the soul, he says. Whether it's infused at birth or gradually awakened through understanding. You blink. And what do you believe? He smiles. Some days I'm not sure, but I pray anyway. That answer stays with you. Because maybe that's the heart of the 1300s, not knowing, but still believing. Asking without abandoning. Wondering without walking away. A time when minds began to open, just a little while still kneeling before the altar. You go to bed that night, staring at the stars, wondering what's up there. Wondering if God made them just for beauty, or if there's something else, some deeper mechanism you haven't been told about. You whisper a prayer to St. Thomas Aquinas just in case he's listening. Then for the first time in your life, you dream of the universe not as a static dome, but as a moving, breathing machine. Wondrous, logical, and maybe holy. You wake to the sound of hooves pounding the frozen dirt. That can only mean one thing: a royal messenger. He thunders into the village square, wrapped in velvet, and frost barking out something about a new tax, or an edict, or wait. Did he just say, the king is at odds with the pope? Again. You sigh because once more, the divine soap opera, that is church versus crown, has found its way into your breakfast plans. You'd think God's representative on earth, and the king, the anointed sovereign with a crown, pressed into his scalp by bishops, would get along like bread and cheese. And sometimes they do. But in the 1300s, their relationship is less holy alliance and more family feud, with excommunications, political power plays, and the occasional army involved. It's not just one king either. Monarchs all across Europe are wrestling with the same question. Who's really in charge? Is it the man wearing the crown, or the man in Rome, or Avignon, depending on the year, with the fancy hat and the ability to damn your soul? In theory, they're supposed to work together. The king protects the church. The church legitimizes the king. But power, like bread, left too long in the sun, tends to go stale and squishy in the wrong hands. Take Philip IV of France, aka Philip the Fair, not for his politics, just his cheekbones. He wanted more control over the church in France, more taxes, more say in appointments. Pope Boniface VIII, a man famous for wearing armor under his robes and declaring "I am Caesar," said absolutely not. Philip responded by sending soldiers to rough him up. The Pope died shortly after, some say. From stress, others from a conveniently timed knock to the head. Either way, it was a clear message: kings don't like sharing power. Historians still argue whether this was the moment papal authority truly began to crack. But one thing's certain from here on out: kings stop pretending. You ask Father Oswin what it means when a king defies the Pope. He frowns. It means prayers get political, and soldiers start marching. Sometimes the church retaliates with interdiction, a spiritual lockdown. No sacraments, no mass, no weddings, no burials. Imagine your entire country suddenly denied access to grace. You can't confess. You can't get buried on holy ground. Your baby can't be baptized. It's like being ghosted by heaven. You remember when England was under interdict. A distant cousin was born during that time. They secretly baptized her in a well. It worked. Probably. She still flinches when someone says, Amen. And of course, there's excommunication, the spiritual equivalent of being unfriended by God. When the Pope excommunicates a king, it's not just symbolic. It tells the world, this man is outside the church. Do not follow him. Suddenly, the king has fewer allies, more rebellions, and a lot of awkward dinner conversations. But here's the twist. Sometimes kings fight back by creating their own clergy, appointing bishops loyal to them, seizing church lands, even setting up anti-popes when things get especially spicy. You once heard a bard sing about the time there were two popes, one in Rome and one in Avignon, and then a third one popped up like a surprise party guest, each claiming to be the real deal. The bickering was so intense, someone joked that Satan was probably writing all the papal letters that year. Even in your quiet village, you feel the ripple effects. Taxes increase to fund wars that are technically holy, but look a lot like land grabs. Nobles start quoting scripture to justify rebellions. Priests are forced to pick sides, king or pope, and sometimes regret their choice with a quick trip to the gallows. A fringe tidbit. One king allegedly forced a bishop to celebrate Mass while standing on a dead rebel's back. Was that true? You hope not. But the fact that people believed it says a lot about the mood. And don't think the church is always innocent in these fights. Popes act like monarchs, too. They wear crowns, rule territories, lead armies. One even ordered an excommunication, then took it back because the king sent him 12 barrels of wine and a small zoo. Again, possibly exaggerated, but there was a lot of wine involved. It's confusing. You grow up being told the church speaks for God, that its word is law. But then you see bishops plotting with rebels, priests blessing armies, and popes shouting at kings in Latin threats so poetic they probably rhymed. You ask Oswin if God cares about these arguments. He stares at the altar for a long time. I think God's more interested in the hungry, he says quietly, than in which prince gets to wear the bigger hat. But the people do care. They gossip, fret, take sides. And when politics turns spiritual, everything feels uncertain. If the Pope can be wrong, if kings can defy heaven and live, then what else have they been wrong about? You feel it in your bones. The old world order is wobbling. Kings want power. Popes want obedience. And somewhere in the middle, peasants like you just want to harvest your wheat and not get excommunicated for forgetting a tithe. That night you dream of a chessboard, kings and bishops locked in endless battle, no queens, no pawns, just endless moves and counter-moves. And you're standing just off the board, holding a candle, hoping neither side sees you. It starts with a whisper. You're helping mend a fence with old twine and curse words when a traveler from the north passes through town. He's not a noble, not a priest, just a man with too many books and not enough fear in his voice. He speaks softly, but carries a message heavier than any cartload of relics. The church, he says, has forgotten the gospel. You freeze. Not because the words are new, but because he says them out loud. Something is happening. You can feel it. The air tastes sharper, the sermons sound duller, and more people are starting to doubt. You've now reached the uneasy beginnings of what will someday be called the Reformation. In the 1300s, It's not a movement yet. It's just a few brave or reckless voices stirring under the surface. Voices asking the kind of questions the church doesn't like to hear. It starts with reformers, people within the church who still believe in it, but also think it's broken. One name spreads like wildfire. John Wycliffe, an English theologian with a haircut that screams, "I don't trust bishops." He says the Bible should be translated into the vernacular, so everyone, not just clergy, can read it. Radical. Right? You nod along, as the traveler explains. Wycliffe says the church owns too much, that the clergy are corrupt. That salvation comes through faith, not indulgences or relics. You glance around nervously. Someone might hear. Someone might report you. But the traveler just shrugs. He's not wrong, he says. They've made salvation a business. You can't stop thinking about that. Historians still argue whether men like Wycliffe truly wanted to burn the system down or just scrub off the grime. Either way, his ideas are spreading. Quietly, illegally. He translates parts of the Bible into English, and yes, that's forbidden. People smuggle pages like contraband. They read in secret. They start asking questions in public, and the church responds the only way it knows how loudly. Wycliffe is condemned. His writings are burned. Years later, the church even digs up his bones and burns those. Talk about holding a grudge. But the idea is already out there, a crack in the stained glass. You hear about Jan Hus, a preacher from Bohemia, who says much the same, that the church has drifted from Christ's teachings, that it should return to simplicity, that priests shouldn't live like princes. His sermons attract thousands. The church doesn't like this. Hus is summoned to a council and promised safe conduct. He jizz. They burn him anyway. The crowd watches in silence as the flames rise, and something inside them changes. Fear doesn't silence them anymore, it fuels them. You ask Oswin about Hus. He looks pained. Heresy is dangerous, he says, but truth can be dangerous too. You notice he doesn't call Hus wrong. Closer to home, more people begin to speak up. Not nobles or bishops, but ordinary people. Bakers, blacksmiths, even your cousin Willem, who once tried to exorcise his own donkey. Long story. Willem whispers that he's been reading something called the Poor Preacher's Gospel, a sort of bootleg devotional that teaches simple faith, no saints, no indulgences, no church bureaucracy. He tells you it made him cry. You ask if that's heresy. He shrugs. It felt more like God than anything I've heard in Mass lately. You can't help but agree. The church's power isn't collapsing, not yet, but it's shifting. Where once it held an unshakable grip, now fingers are slipping. Not because people have stopped believing, but because they're starting to believe differently. You attend Mass and notice more eyes wandering during the sermon, more hands fidgeting, more questions whispered in taverns. What if indulgences don't work? What if saints aren't listening? What if we can talk to God directly? A fringe tidbit. Some wandering preachers are now baptizing people outside church authority. That's illegal and popular. One even claims he saw a vision of Jesus at a turnip cart. You don't know whether to laugh or kneel. The tension is building. The questions are multiplying. And the church is panicking. Councils are called. Edicts issued. Writings burned. Reformers hunted. But it's too late. You meet a young woman named Brita, who carries a scrap of handwritten scripture tucked in her boot. She says reading it makes her feel unlocked. You ask her what she means. She smiles. Like I don't need anyone to stand between me and heaven. You want that feeling too. But make no mistake, these ideas are dangerous. People are arrested, tortured, executed. The church still holds the sword and the torch, and yet the whispers grow louder. You lie in bed at night, staring at the flickering candlelight on the wall, and you wonder, what if the church isn't God's only voice? What if we've built palaces where there should have been tents? What if salvation isn't a maze of rituals and gold, but something simpler, smaller, quieter? You don't have answers yet. No one does. But the questions are here, and they're not going away. Not this time. The sun rises pale and low, casting long shadows across your village. You wrap your cloak tighter, not because of the cold, but because something feels different now. Not louder, not darker, just different. Like a season turning slow and invisible until suddenly the air tastes like change. You walk past the church, the same one you've known your whole life. The walls are still streaked with moss. The gargoyle with the broken nose still leers from the roofline. But for the first time, you don't look up in awe. You look with curiosity, with memory, with something very close to skepticism. Not because the church is gone. Oh no, it's still here alive, whispering incense smoke and Latin words into the daily hum of life. But its grip, that iron grasp it once had on your mind, your neighbors, the king himself, it's beginning to loosen. You've walked through every corner of its power, through tithe barns and reliquary halls, across pilgrimage roads and inquisitorial shadows. You've seen monks making beer priests swinging swords, popes collecting crowns. You've watched people line up for indulgences and duck for cover from divine threats. You've seen belief stitched into stained glass and fear nailed to village doors. And now, standing here, you realize something: the church's greatest strength wasn't just its buildings, or its armies, or its gold-lined scrolls. It was this: it knew how to be everywhere. In every marriage, every birth, every meal, every death, every sneeze, that made someone whisper a quick prayer. It sat beside your bed at night. It echoed in your dreams. It ruled your imagination. But that's also where the cracks have started. You peek inside the church just as morning mass ends. A small group lingers, lighting candles beneath the faded mural of Saint Sebastian. You watch Father Oswin bow his head. His voice is softer now, his robes older. He blesses the bread with the same reverence, but there's a hint of weariness, as though he too is waiting for something to change. And yet, people still come. Because despite all the doubts, the disasters, the reforms and rebellions still brewing on the edge of tomorrow, the church isn't just power. It's comfort, ritual, the rhythm of the known. People don't just believe out of fear. They believe because this is how life has always worked. It's how their grandparents lived. It's how their children will probably live. You walk to the edge of the village, where the old chapel stands in ruins burned decades ago during a conflict no one even remembers clearly. Ivy creeps up the stones. Birds nest in the broken rafters. You step inside and find a single scorched cross still nailed to the far wall. Funny, isn't it? Even ruined, the place still feels sacred. You kneel. Not because anyone is watching, not because you fear punishment, but because something deep inside you, something older than rules and popes and bishops, still craves that whisper of the divine. Historians will one day call this era the late Middle Ages. They'll write books about it, draw timelines, debate what mattered most. They'll say the church was both magnificent and monstrous, that it healed and harmed, that it educated and oppressed, that it guided and controlled. And they'll be right. Because the truth is messy. Power never travels in a straight line. And the church of the 1300s, It was a towering contradiction. It was love and fear, order and chaos, heaven and earth. And now, after 20 nights of firelit stories, crumbling cathedrals, martyred saints, whispered rebellions, and one very suspicious toe bone, you know why it was so powerful. Because it wasn't just something you went to on Sundays. It was something you lived inside. Even now, long after the bells stop ringing, the church remains in the language you speak, in the stories you tell, in the rituals you follow without realizing. It may change. It may be challenged, but it leaves its mark on stone, on skin, on soul. So now, as the candle burns low and the night presses gently against your window pane, let's let all that weight settle like dust in an old chapel. You've traveled far across centuries of ritual and rebellion, sacred relics and suspicious relic salesmen, thundering sermons and quiet revolutions. You've stood in cathedrals so tall they reach toward heaven. You've listened to whispers from tavern corners and traced your fingers along stone walls that held both scripture and secrets. You've seen how power can dress in silk robes, or itchy wool speak in Latin, or silence and change the course of empires with nothing but a well-timed amen. But you've also seen the small things, how faith lingers in the corners of daily life and the rhythm of bells. The press of rosary beads the candle lit for a loved one. How belief doesn't always shout. Sometimes it hums. And now it's time to rest. Let the questions fade for now. Let the stories drift to the back of your mind like incense in an empty nave. The world of the 1300s is distant again, safely tucked behind the veil of time. You're back in your bed, where the only church bell is the quiet rhythm of your breath, steady and slow. You've earned your sleep, so close your eyes. Let the saints, the skeptics, the monks, and the mystics step quietly into the shadows. And when you dream, maybe just maybe, you'll find yourself walking once more through that ancient village, watching the sunrise spill across a chapel roof, safe, still, at peace.